Welcome everyone to day 4 of the IMC hearing for the Kentbruck Green Power Project. Audio recordings be available on the website next day. And with the Kentbruck Chair of the IMC, I'm joined by Deputy Chair Member Michael Kirsch on my right, and Member Dr. Rippington is on my left, and Ms. Kelly Joyner who is joining us on my right.
Are we supposed to be hearing what you're saying, because we can only hear low muffled noises?
Thank you. Mr. Cumming, could I ask if that's the issue?
Now we're echoing.
It's now we can at least hear you, but we're getting an echo.
I can't actually hear you, Mr. Cumming. If you just give us a moment. Yes, Mr. Cumming, could I ask you to speak again?
Yes, we can hear you, but we're getting a
Mr.
double sound echo.
Sorry, Mr. Cumming, we can't hear you. Could you just give me an indication of whether you can hear me okay? Thumbs up, thank you. Yep, just bear with us and we will sort that. Apologies, I realised I said day 4, we're actually on day 5. So just give us a moment, Mr. Cumming, and I'll test the audio with you again. We might stand down for a couple of minutes and let's see if we can resolve the audio. So we'll just, the members will leave and come back in. Oh no, we'll just stay here actually, but I'll just turn my microphone off and we'll check in again about 5 minutes. Oh, okay, thank you. Mr. Cumming, if you wouldn't mind speaking again, we'll check that it's working both ways.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, thank you. We can't hear you still.
If someone else is
Mr. Member Joyner, could you please speak and we'll check if we can hear you? Yes, you can unmute and do that.
Yes, I'm speaking now.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Not coming through into the hearing room.
Okay.
But we can actually we can hear him.
In
Good
the
morning,
room.
Mr. Cumming.
Thank you. We will need to resolve that. So we will just stay here for a moment and see if things can be resolved fairly promptly. If it's going to take a little while, if you could please let us know and we'll stand down until it's resolved. But we'll just wait until we hear. So apologies to everybody for the hiccup.
Can you hear me, Mr. Cumming?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, and I can hear you
Yep.
as well. Okay.
Hi, Ken. It's Amy here. We can hear you online, but
Okay.
you online people aren't coming through into the sound system in the room.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're just looking at it now.
Okay. I'll turn my microphone off then.
Just testing to see if the room audio is being picked up online.
Yes, I can hear that.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you, Hamish.
Okay, that's good.
I don't think it is still coming through into the room.
Oh,
So,
sorry. I
about
thought
that.
you.
Oh, no,
No,
that was good that you spoke.
no,
Thank you.
sorry. I thought you were asking if you could hear us. That was all.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So the IAC will stand down until about 10:15. We'll get advised when the audio issues have been resolved and we'll come back. So we'll see everybody shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Joyner, could I just ask if you could speak again? Or someone else who's joining us online?
Hi, Chair. I can test. So
It's working.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear, Mr. Cumming. Excellent.
Okay. Rightio.
Just give us a moment to make sure everybody's here. Member Joyner, I've just noticed your camera's off, so I'll ask you to pop that on again.
Yes.
Excellent. I think everything is working, so we'll continue. Mr.
Okay.
Cumming,
Terrific.
did you have your hand up because of audio issues?
That's why, yes. Because when you
Yes.
first came on, we couldn't hear you at all, and then all we heard was echoes.
Excellent. Okay, so I've only really begun to speak through the introductory matters, so I won't recap on those. No surprises there. Welcome to everybody for day 5 of today's hearing. As you will have seen, Member Joyner is joining us online. So today we'll continue to hear submissions from the proponent, continuing to hear any last evidence relating to bats, if the proponent has any questions of the experts before moving into cross-examination. And then after the bat evidence, we'll move into Brolga and Australasian bittern. Mr. Chessel, could I ask you just to explain when we do move into that this afternoon, will the Brolga and bittern evidence be presented at the same time, or will it be presented one after the other?
I was going to raise that with you, Madam Chair. We're happy to proceed on either basis. If you have a preference, we could accommodate that. So they've been grouped together because they're wetland birds, and it might make sense to hear the evidence in chief together. And we're quite happy to do that if you
Yes, I think
prefer that.
so. I think that probably will assist And then we do have some parties who'll be wanting to ask questions, and obviously they'll focus on the issues of concern to them. Thank you. So this morning with the BAT evidence, I'll just confirm those who are intending to ask questions. So we have Deeker and Parks Victoria, Mr. Cumming, and there will be some questions from the IAC. Mr. Cumming, I just wanted to confirm, was Ms. Dennis asking questions of BATs as well?
Yes, she probably will have a couple.
Okay, thank you. And I think
can I ask if it's possible to only have half an hour lunch today to try and get some time, or is that possible?
Thank you, Mr. Cumming. We'll see how we're progressing, and if we do need to, we can run with a slightly shorter lunch break.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I won't commit to that at this stage, and probably if we all work towards efficiency with presentation, that would be appreciated. In terms of Brolga, when we do move to Brolga, I will check, of course, the parties that are present and intending to ask questions. At this stage, I have recorded Deeker, Parks Victoria, possibly Miss Dennis and Miss Lenehan, and for mostly questions of Bitten. Sorry, that was Brolga, potentially Bitten. We also have Mr. Biggs wanting to ask questions relating to Bitten. Documents received. There have been a number of documents. I won't go through them in detail again now, but note that we're working, or that the current document list version number is 39. The documents are available.
Excuse me, before you go on, I'll be asking questions on Brolgas too.
Sorry, Mr. Cumming, I think I did mention that.
I
certainly had it in my list. Apologies if I missed. Yeah,
okay.
Thank you. So in terms of, I'll just now come to the proponent for any preliminary matters that we need to discuss this morning.
Just one brief one. We understand that this morning some further documents were filed with a view to them being referred to in cross-examination today. We propose that those documents be treated in the same way as the other documents. That is, we'll forward them on to the relevant witnesses, but if the witnesses haven't had a chance to review them properly, then in our submission it should be fair and appropriate for them to indicate that, and for the questions not to be pressed.
Yes, thank you. I think we can accept that will be a standard approach going forward. So any documents that haven't been circulated earlier in the process through submissions or as a table document, and they've come very late towards the time of cross-examination, we will hear from the experts whether they are familiar with or have had an opportunity to review those documents. And if not, I'll ask parties to move, or I will ask that just as a standing rule that you move to your next question and don't continue to pursue the matter. Thank you. Mr. Tobin, anything from you this morning?
Only to say that our questions on behalf of Deeker today will focus on the bittern rather than the Brolga. So that's just going to be the focus of our attention.
Thank you.
We understand others will explore the Brolga.
Thank you. And anyone else? Mr. Turner, you've got your hand up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just had a query in regards to document 297, Mr. Galbraith's addendum. I can't find it on the Engage Victoria website where the table documents are listed. Is that still to be uploaded, or?
It may be, and we'll follow that up, Mr. Turner, but it'll be up there shortly if it isn't there right now. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other preliminary matters? No? Great. Thank you. Well, we'll move straight into, and I'll hand to you, Mr. Chessel, to continue with the BAT experts.
Yes, thank you. I reviewed my notes overnight, and there was just one matter that I'd like to address this morning. It shouldn't take very long. I'm going to share my screen, and what I hope you'll see on screen is Table 3 as contained within the updated BAMP. This is the table that summarises the routine low wind speed turbine curtailment that is proposed, particularly in respect of ameliorating impacts on the southern bent wing bat. And I'm going to ask a question of Mr. Gibson first, and then Mr. Organ. What one sees when you look at this table, Mr. Gibson, is that the routine low wind speed curtailment is to operate below 4.5 metres per second and under certain temperature ranges, and that it is to operate in particular between September to November and February to March for a period of 30 minutes after sunset through to 3 hours before sunrise. Do you see that?
Yes. Yep.
Now, at PDF page 57 of this document, we see the additional measures to be implemented in the event of reaching the relevant trigger levels in respect of southern bent-wing bat collisions. Do you see that?
Yep.
And do you see that the level 1 response would be turbine curtailment below 6 metres per second?
Yes, I can see that.
And the level 2 trigger would be below 7.5 metres per second.
Yes.
Now, the period of response is described in this table in the following way: from sunset until sunrise for the subsequent 12 months, or for another period based on empirical science and determined in consultation with DECA. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see that that's the same indication in respect of the trigger 2 level.
Yes.
My question is whether and to what extent the additional material that has been prepared by DECA and ARI and filed after the preparation of this plan, that is during the course of the hearing, constitutes empirical science relevant to this question, and what, if anything, it suggests about the appropriate period of response should a trigger level 1 or trigger level 2 occur.
Yeah, I think it is relevant science. One of the key things coming out of that is that improved knowledge of movements in spring versus the summer autumn period. So I think that's something that would be considered on a case by case basis in response to investigating a trigger event.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Organ, what observations do you have in respect of that matter?
Pretty much consistent with Mr. Gibson. So we didn't have that information prior to that release of the data from ARI with respect to that seasonal variation in flight distances. There was assumptions based on some of the data previously, but that certainly has provided extra level of evidence to validate what's proposed here with respect to the triggers.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's the conclusion of the evidence in chief.
Great, thank you very much. So we'll move into questions of cross-examination from Mr. Tobin. And again, if you could just clarify who you're asking on behalf of the experts, both with cameras on and, oh, sorry, you may have already done that. Yes, I think that would be good, actually, particularly if we've got an extended period of questions. Thank you. So I'll hand to you.
Good morning, Mr. Gibson. Good morning, Mr. Organ. These questions are on behalf of DECA in relation to the southern bent-wing bat. Can I start by just clarifying the authoring of the BAMP? I understand, Mr. Gibson, that you've been involved in most, if not all, iterations of the BAMP as it's progressed through the process.
That's correct. Yeah. Involved. Yeah, not the primary author, but yeah, involved.
Yeah. And so you're the person who has direct knowledge of what has gone into it and not gone into it. You're the person giving evidence on that.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And Mr. Organ, from your point of view as an independent reviewer, and really just noting the timing of the most recent draft of the BAMP, which came after your engagement to give independent evidence in the matter, we proceed on the assumption that you didn't have the opportunity to comment on the BAMP, it being a biosis document, until it was finalised in its modified form. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Can I start by going to Appendix E of the Technical Appendix E of the EES, and I'll just pop up onto screen. I'm going to page 21 of Technical Appendix E, and you'll see that highlighted text there, Mr. Gibson, which talks about southern bent wing bat population across the 3 known areas. Do you see that?
Yes. Yep. Just bringing that up on my screen. Yep.
And the import of that statement is to say that it's our understanding that there's been a substantial decline in population numbers since the mid-1990s. Is that right?
Yeah, that's my understanding. Yep.
Yeah. The reason I ask it that way is it says reportedly in Technical Appendix E, and I wanted to ask you first of all, do you accept that there's been a decline in the population over that period of time?
Yes. Yeah, there's no. Yeah, it's fairly clear.
And then when we go to the population numbers for the various areas, it's correct, isn't it, that the Portland population is the smaller of the populations?
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. And well, can I ask you this way? Does the size of the population being smaller have implications for the vulnerability of the population?
Yes, it does. Yeah, it's a smaller population. It's only relatively recently that we understand it's a breeding population. So it hasn't been subject to the same amount of monitoring as the other populations over time. There's also some challenges with monitoring that population. They are subpopulations, which we should point out, and there is a level of what's becoming clear from the recent science and the information on movements is that there is some exchange between those subpopulations. So.
Yeah. And when we talk about the size of the population, Mr. Organ mentioned it this is the Portland population. Mr. Organ mentioned it in his evidence in chief yesterday. It's right to say that it's in the order of 1,000 to 1,500 individuals with about 750 births a year estimated.
Yeah, I think that's right. I haven't got the number right in front of me, but
yeah. So when we say it's the smaller, it's comparatively very small, isn't it?
Yes, compared to the other two. Yeah.
Yeah. And you've already touched upon it, but for the purpose of our understanding of bat movements, I think you said in your evidence in chief that they can move up to over 100 kilometres. I think that's right, isn't it?
That's correct. Yes.
And so we anticipate or we understand there to be a communication between the 3 relevant areas, Warrnambool, Portland, and the South Australian populations. Is that right?
Yeah. So there has been some tracking studies. There's also been studies involving pit tagged individuals with sensors located at cave entrances that have detected them moving between those caves.
Yeah. Now, the next thing I wanted to, do you agree then with the proposition that the size of this population, and I think your agreement with the fact that it makes it more vulnerable, or it's a factor in vulnerability, the size of the population, means that it's important to adopt a conservative approach?
Yes, I do, and yeah, I believe that's what we've been doing.
Now, in terms of the implications of a or the risks to the species, the federal department publishes a threatened species action plan, doesn't it?
Yep. Oh, there's a conservation advice. That's, I think, the most recent
Yeah.
document there. I think the action plans are a little bit outdated now.
Okay. Well, I'm going to pop the action plan up on the screen, and I'll ask you a question first, and then Mr. Organ. It talks about key threats at that area. Can you see that there?
Yep.
And do you see the fourth bullet point identifies collision with wind farm turbines as a key threat?
Yes.
And do you agree with that?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, it is. I mean, there has been records of collisions with turbines, so it is. Yeah, it has been a cause of mortality.
Yeah. Do you recall in evidence in chief, and I'll come to you in a moment, Mr. Organ, but do you recall in evidence in chief that Mr. Organ said that there were a number of threats, one of which were climate change, and you'll see that that's the third bullet point in the list. And I wanted to, the inference I drew from Mr. Organ's evidence was that he was saying, well, wind farms are but one of a number of risks, and that it might not be as important. But I wanted to ask you this question. If there is a species that has a number of risks, and climate change being one, and these other risks that are pointed out there, that elevates the importance of not exacerbating other risks, other potential threats to the species, doesn't it? It heightens our level of awareness rather than reduces it.
Yeah, I mean, if something's already under threat, additional threats are, potentially more significant.
Yeah. So if climate change is a threat, and there's no reason to say it's not a threat,
yep.
That's a heightening factor in how we approach the VAT.
Climate change.
Yeah. Well, climate change as being a factor that's a risk to the species means that when we're dealing with wind energy, it heightens our concern for the species, and then the way in which we've got to respond with wind energy, which is another threat.
Yes. Yeah.
Mr. Organ, I've been paraphrasing your evidence, and if I haven't been completely verbatim in that, I hope you understand the import of what I'm saying. You made reference yesterday to the concept of climate change. Do you agree with the concept that where you've got a species that is subject to a range of different concerns, it doesn't ameliorate our concern, it heightens the response that we've got to do elsewhere to avoid compaction of various risks on a species?
Yeah, correct. And that's pretty much consistent with the recovery plan. So the National Recovery Plan has a list of threats outlined in the recovery plan for the species. So correct.
Okay. Let's stop sharing that. Mr. Organ, in your evidence statement, you make reference to the draft handbook on a number of occasions, which is a completely reasonable thing to do, given it was a document that targets this, and it wasn't in its final form at the time you prepared your evidence. You've now seen the finalised handbook, yes?
Yes.
You see that it's subject to the transitional provisions it was exhibited with?
Yes.
And you accept that this is not a project that's assessed in accordance with the handbook?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Yep. And so I just wanted to ask you in an open way, is there, in terms of interpreting your evidence insofar as it goes to the draft handbook, what should the committee make of those references in light of where we've got to with the finalised handbook?
So when you mention the handbook, there was a raft of additional documents that came out with respect to the handbook, one of which includes the information or guidelines on the southern bent wing bat. I've had a chance to read over that. There's no material or no change in my conclusions based on the review that I've undertaken with respect to this project on the impact of this particular species. Unlike the Brolga, the southern bent-wing bat guidelines didn't really provide too much clarity around the survey effort. Buffering, it wasn't really a prescriptive document, whereas the Brolga guideline goes in a lot more detail in terms of how to manage that particular species. It does, however, state that for projects with an elevated or potentially elevated risk for this species, then discussions need to be made with the relevant personnel at DECA to inform a suitable survey design to inform the impact assessment. And in this case, for the Kentbruck project, that certainly has been undertaken. So therefore, it accords with the principles of the handbook that's been produced. So there's nothing that's come to light that means that the surveys or the impact assessment or the process that we've gone through has been deficient or doesn't align with the overall objectives of that handbook.
Yep. And it's correct that given the transitional provisions that exist within the handbook, this project is properly evaluated on the material that's been advanced in its present form. It doesn't need to be updated for that purpose.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Organ, the next thing I wanted to ask you about was a reference you made to mortalities for southern bent-wing bat in relation to wind energy facilities, and you made reference to a study that was released with the handbook, so not part of the handbook, but one of the studies. And I understand, you didn't mention the name, but I understand what you were referring to was the comparison of pre and post-construction survey results for birds and bats at Victorian wind energy facilities.
That's correct, yes.
Is this the document that you were referring to?
Yes.
And in particular, were you referring to the material that's to be found at page 4 of 6 of that document?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
And at page 4 of 6, there's a study which there's an extrapolation of materials which identified mortalities detected, and then it seems used a mathematical process to determine what are the likely impacts on the southern bent-wing bat over time from those facilities. Is that right?
Yes, it is. Yes.
And again, it's only an inference, but the way in which you were referring to it, it seemed to me that you had some questions about the veracity of that material, and I wanted to put that to you. Is that the case?
Definitely. There's two things to consider here, and it's outlined in Table 1. So
where I've got the screen at the moment?
Yes.
To clarify, this is document 174, I think, in the... I believe it is. I just want to make sure I've got the right document. It's the May 2025 document.
It is the May 2025 document.
So there's a number of conservative considerations. So number one, if you jump to, so number one, there's a data set of 10 wind farms, of which 3 of those have documented mortalities or fatalities of southern bent-wing bat. So you'll see that in the table. The two things that need further clarification in terms of the numbers relate to the annual post-construction mortality across the facility. So there's a 95% confidence level in those numbers. However, they're not actual mortalities per year. So it states in the second last sentence, annual post-construction mortality is an estimate. So it's not real animals that have been detected underneath and operate a turbine. So as an estimate of the number of individual bats likely to be killed per year, so likely with a 95% confidence level. So there's conservatism built in with that, factoring in survey effort, persistent rates, searcher efficiency, and the number of turbines. So from that, the numbers 7.8 at one site, 37.1 and 11.5, they're not actual mortalities. That's been extrapolated out based on a statistical analysis, which there's no detailed information as how they've got to those numbers. And then secondly, the mortality estimates, not actuals, since construction. So those numbers have been multiplied by the number of turbines, by the number of years at a site to get those numbers. So 23.3, 445.6 and 68.7. So they're not actuals, they're estimates. So that's essentially where I was heading yesterday, is that we don't have raw numbers on mortalities or fatalities at existing wind farms, but this is the best available data that the department has prepared, but it doesn't go into detail around the location of the sites, the turbine type, the proximity to those sites to maternity caves or roosting caves. So there's a lot of information that hasn't been provided in this document.
Of course, you'll accept readily, I think, that when we're talking about mortalities at a wind farm for bird and bat species, the very premise of determining mortalities is heavily relies on statistical estimation, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that's because when one undertakes searching for mortalities, we know that we only find a proportion of mortalities.
Correct.
And there's a whole host of reasons for that, including pests and all sorts of things. That's right.
Yes.
And so you're not critical, are you, of the use of using extrapolations to estimate likely mortality levels, because that's just how it's done, isn't it?
Yes, correct. So I'm not critical regarding that, no.
No. And in your consideration of this, accepting that they are estimates and they're clearly stated to be estimates, in your answer then, I think you used the term best evidence. Those numbers might not be precisely, or they're probably not precisely right or wrong, but they do contribute to the understanding, don't they?
Yes.
Okay.
And just on that, if I can just clarify, so just in terms of the summary of the document, relating to this specific project, how it relates rather to this specific project, there's an underlying theme in the conclusions and recommendations reached in the last part of the.
Do you want me to go to a particular
note?
part of the document?
I look just the fourth dot point, which is relevant for this context of the overview.
This is at the conclusion?
No, at the start.
At the start,
summary.
Sorry.
Yeah. So one of the
this one here?
Yes. So a critical part of this document is essentially it was a review looking at the efficacy of survey effort prior to and post construction of a wind farm, and looking at those results. And it was clear based on this technical note released in May that there was variation in those surveys and then variations in the post-construction monitoring as well. So if I look at a range of studies that have been undertaken over the last few years, our knowledge of the species in terms of survey effort and type has progressed. And with the survey effort that's been undertaken for this project, it's certainly, like I said yesterday, I don't know of any other project that's gone into so much detail with 12 months of ongoing continuous monitoring, which essentially that pre-construction data will be critical to then compare that with respect to the post-construction monitoring as per the BAMP. So you need to have good data prior to construction, and then you can use that to determine with accurate post-construction monitoring the mortality rates of the wind farm. But based on this document, there was a lot of uncertainty or inconsistencies, deficiencies associated with the data that was captured.
But when you say there was inconsistencies, what we've got are 3 wind farms in the table, which would have had different protocols. So when you say inconsistencies, they're just different sites.
Oh, no, I mean inconsistencies in the survey effort and design. So of the 10 projects, not the post-approval, and also the post-approval implementation of the BAMP. So, there's a series of recommendations in this document that essentially wants to formalise or have more of a consistent approach to the survey effort prior to and post-construction, so that you can compare. And the other recommendation was to have a central repository where that information is captured by DECA, so then there could be more rigorous and reliable estimates on any mortalities for the species across the state.
Mr. Gibson, before I ask you a question, is there anything you want to add to or clarify from what Mr. Organ said about this?
I think the way this table is put together,
I'll go to the table while you're doing that. Yes.
The inference is that reconstruction surveys that have assessments about. Oh, sorry.
We can't hear him anymore.
Sorry, I had my microphone off. The way this table's formulated, the inference is that reconstruction surveys, didn't adequately predict the level of mortalities that occurred. And the key thing that stands out to me with this table is that it's only presenting the sites at which there were mortalities. There's as Mr. Organ said, 10 sites that were looked at in total. The other 7 aren't presented in that table. So to start with, it's only presenting a proportion of the data. I recognise that mortality monitoring is a statistical process, and there's extrapolation, etc. But again, we don't have the information to really comment on the way that those numbers have been derived there. We don't have access to those specific studies. And the other key element to this is the wind turbine configuration and the rotor swept height. And well, I know what one of those sites are, because we've got publicly documented mortalities associated with the Portland project. I'm not sure which one of those sites it is, but the Portland project has wind turbines that sweep down to 15 to 20 metres above the ground. So
is that the one that Mr. Organ was referring to yesterday in evidence?
Well, there's a number of wind farms on those.
Well, maybe I should ask Mr. Organ. Is that when Mr. Gibson refers to the Portland site, do you understand him to be referring to the wind farm that you were referring to yesterday?
Oh, there's, like Mr. Gibson was about to answer, there's multiple ones in that location. So I don't. Okay, the one that I pointed to, I don't know whether it was the Portland one or another one. Yeah, Condrington.
Yeah, so it's not clear to me if it's. I assume it's one of these sites, because that's we do have known mortalities from there. And yeah, the other sites. I mean, we don't have any turbines in Victoria yet of the ground clearance that the Kentbruck project is looking at. So yeah, it's quite a different situation.
Yeah. Okay. So I think in answering that, you accepted that we're really working in a statistical field when we work out mortalities.
Yes.
Accepting the limitations of what one can interrogate from the face of the document, it was undertaken by a reputable institution, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And it adds to the knowledge of the field.
Yeah, it does. It would be good to see. I mean, I'm conscious that some of the material that's been released recently has been brought forward, I guess, to be available to the panel for this hearing. It would be good to see more detail behind how this has been done and how those numbers have been derived.
Yeah. Okay. It's a convenient time then to move to Mr. Gibson, the issue of, if I stop sharing that, the issue of surveying for mortalities in the context of this wind farm, because one of the differences between this wind farm and other wind farms is, isn't it, that it's in a pine plantation, and that changes it raises a question about the success or otherwise of finding mortalities, correct?
Well, it's a process that we haven't undertaken much in Victoria, in Victorian situations, but you want to ask another question, or should I?
No, you're in the answer. I'm not going to cut you off, Mr. Gibson,
no
at any point.
As with what we've just been discussing, it's a statistical process, and I don't see any reason why the carcass searching and the various other things that have to go along with those monitoring programs, such as searcher efficiency trials, scavenger, carcass persistence trials, etc., why they can't all be done in a way that achieves a desired level of confidence. And this is what Symbolics presented on in their document. Yeah.
So what's proposed here is a 50-metre cleared area and then a 50-metre search area beyond that, which presumably, at least in some directions, noting that there's a footprint for construction and so forth, but in some directions will extend into the pine plantation, correct? The second 50 metres. So 50 metres cleared plus 50 metres either, I think probably partially within pine plantation.
Yeah, that's correct.
Is that right?
Yeah, and as we discussed, or Ms. Gill presented yesterday, that the plantation won't always be a mature plantation. Sometimes it'll be a young plantation or an intermediate age plantation.
Yeah. Now, we have got the Symbolics report that is, I think, dated 19th of May this year, I think, is it?
Yes.
It would have been, yeah.
Yeah. But I'm interested in you being the lead author on Technical Appendix E, what you would do, how you formed the view during the preparation of the EES that search efforts in the pine plantation would be satisfactory.
Well, just my understanding of the way these monitoring exercises work, and it is a statistical process. So in this case, I would expect the Kentbruck project to need a more intensive search regime than other projects, and that comes back to the detectability. And if there is a constraint on the geographic extent of the search area, so in a wind farm, in a farmland situation, you may be able to search the entire modelled fall zone using the same method. In this case, there may be different methods that are required or more intensive searching, but I haven't really got concerns that it can't be achieved, and but it is likely to involve more frequency of searching, or a greater number of turbines involved in the searching to achieve the search areas.
Is it right that what we understand is that about 50% of bat mortalities would be expected to land in the 50 metres, using approximate numbers, and about 50% of mortalities would be expected to land beyond that?
I'd have to check what the Symbolics report stated. I think
okay, it's right. Document 111. We might go to that report. it's part of technical note 10, document 111. You've reviewed it, obviously?
Yes.
Yeah. And it was prepared fairly in response to DECA's concerns expressed about search efforts within within the pine plantation. Now, what I wanted to start with was to say, to go to this point, is that it refers to the BAMP, and it says that in that first highlighted bullet point I've got there, it indicates that if it's expected that in the BAMP, it states that it's expected that effective searches will be feasible in the treed portions. But if it doesn't, but they go on to say if that doesn't prove feasible, increasing the monitoring frequency of the number of turbines surveyed is suggested as a valid measure. Do you see that?
Yep.
Now, would that be, if it proved, and we'll go to what they say about how you'd establish these methodologies in a moment, but if it proved that it wasn't viable, that we'd then be relying on a mathematical extrapolation, would we, of what you find within the 50 metres to determine what might be in the other 50 metres. Is that right?
Yeah, which is no different to the normal situation where even with larger fall zones of 100 metres, they don't claim to cover all 100% of those potential carcasses. So it's always a statistical process.
So it's just an additional part of an equation that goes to an estimate of the mortality rates. Is that right?
Yeah, that's my understanding. There are various ways of increasing the area that can be searched, and that might be by searching a greater proportion of turbines, and also increasing the frequency of searches. Because we know the carcasses don't persist on the ground forever, so increasing search frequency is another way of improving your likelihood of detection.
Indeed, in respect of the bat, we know that the carcasses don't sit on the ground forever, and these also they dehydrate quite quickly, I think. Is that right?
They're only quite small animals. Yep.
Okay. So this is where I drew the approximate 50%. In fact, I undercooked that, to be fair. It's about 60% of bats, 58% of bats will fall within the 50-metre cleared area, and 96% of bats within the 100 metres. And that seems to be derived using an accepted formula. So do I have that right in that respect?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Now, what the report then goes on to talk about is how you might deal with a set of trials to establish the effects of tree capture. So tree capture might be where those quite densely packed plantations capture the bats in the foliage. Is that right?
Yes, that's the concern. Yeah.
Can I ask you? This proposes a study to do that using drones and dropping things and so forth. How did you satisfy yourself during the preparation of Appendix E and the bat plan, or how did you deal with tree capture as a risk?
Well, I understood that we would be going through this kind of process for the development of and finalisation of the BAMP. I was, fully expecting that those kinds of studies would be part of the process of developing an approved BAMP.
Okay. If we there's also a proposal about testing searcher efficiency, you'd expect that as well?
Yes, yeah, it's always a part of BAMS.
Okay. What the report concludes is that it's possible to quantify the probability of a carcass being caught in a tree and the median time until a carcass tree falls from a tree having been caught prior to construction. They're confident that these results can be incorporated into the standard framework for mortality estimation. Firstly, I want to say, do you share that confidence, having reviewed the report?
Yes. Yeah.
Mr. Organ, do you have a concern about it?
Not necessarily, no.
When you say not necessarily, the reason I'm asking the question is that it seems to me that it seems in the submission that there's a different factor here at play which adds a level of uncertainty to mortality calculations. Is that right?
Yes, like this separate piece of work obviously came quite late, so 19th of May. It was obviously a concern that's been raised by DECA, I presume, either more recently or previously during the TRG meeting. So I'm not too sure what discussions or what was had at that point in time regarding that concern. But given the size of the project, you had 105 proposed turbines. The key areas will be most likely northwest part of the site. That's where you would concentrate your monitoring initially. And with other projects, it just means you look at factoring in what the site potential constraints are, i.e. in this case, there might be more established or mature pine or blue gum plantations. One would think that you would direct the post-construction mortality searches in areas that are more open initially, and then get a good subset in those areas and extrapolate that out to other areas. So it's not like the entire site's going to be covered in plantations where that's potentially a lower risk of being detected. The other thing too, which may not be factored in this, and I haven't had a chance to review it in detail, and I did a search on dogs in the recent guidelines when you ask the question whether there's been any changes in the approach. Over the last 3 to 5 years, the use of conservation detection dogs, we use them in our company. They're absolutely amazing in terms of detecting species and it's essentially a given or a requirement now to use that for searcher efficiencies. And there's also been studies done, and I can't quote them now, but in pine plantations overseas, and the dogs can actually pick up carcasses that are not necessarily only on the ground, but at a high level. So there's been studies undertaken on that. So I'm not too sure whether the symbolics work factors in those studies as well in terms of search efficacies and ability to detect carcasses in an elevated form.
Mr. Gibson, it's right, isn't it, that when you start with a scientific proposition that you set out to approve, sometimes experiments work and sometimes experiments don't work. That's right?
Yes. Yep.
And obviously the author of this report has expressed a view that they're confident that the experiment on drone dropping and so forth will provide the requisite information. If the experiment doesn't produce results that are usable, and given we don't have the benefit of this further work to be done now, what, if any, risks are there that come consequent on that? If, for instance, if we had to confine to the 50 metres for survey plus or 50 metres of reliable survey, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, firstly, I don't think experiment is the right term. I don't think this is actually an experiment. I think it's a way of quantifying and guiding the development of the survey process. It's not really an experiment. We are trying to understand what the detection probability might be within treat areas and what the probability of bats getting caught in higher up in the trees where they're undetectable might be. So it's not really an experiment. It's more of a way of quantifying that effect, and then using that to guide development of the BAMP. I think, as I said before, if searches can only realistically be constrained within the 50-metre area, which I think is unlikely, there are ways of increasing the spatial extent of turbines involved and the frequency of searches to increase our detection probability to within acceptable levels. So I as the Symbolics report has stated, I don't see any real reason why this can't be developed into an effective monitoring program.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Anything from you? I think you might have already covered it off, but if you do need to add anything, Mr. Organ.
The key thing is to look at the second paragraph of that report, where it's not an experiment.
Do you need me to pop it back up?
I'm sure the committee can read through that, the scope of the work that was undertaken, and it's not just something that's been novel and been determined with a unique scope. There's been extensive experience in terms of the fall distribution of birds and bats, and they've referenced Hull and Muir. So there's a range of existing studies and information, and the BAM plan process is not something new. It's ongoing at existing wind farms post-approval. So this is just one complexity that can be built into an appropriate BAMP and adapted over time.
Now, I want to move on to a different topic. Mr. Gibson, it's right, isn't it, that what Appendix E tells us is that if I've got a given wind speed at ground level, there'll be a higher wind speed at the hub of the turbine.
Yeah, that's correct. There's a wind shear factor.
Yeah.
Yep.
When we're talking about cut-in speeds, we are talking about cut-in speeds at hub height. Is that right?
I believe so. Yep.
Yeah. Well, let's presume that that's the case. So a cut-in speed at the hub height is a speed of, if it's a given, I think it's said to be 4.5. Is that right? At the starting proposition?
The normal cut-ins.
Normal cut-ins 3, but proposed to be modified to 4.5?
Yeah, within those key risk periods. Yep.
Yeah. So a cut-in speed at 4.5, if we're correct in our assumption at hub height, suggests that there will be a lower, I won't categorise it, a lower speed at ground level, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
So when we're talking about the bat activity and speeds, we can anticipate that a speed of 4.5 at hub height with a lower speed at ground level is likely to put us comfortably within the range where bat activity occurs at ground level. Is that right?
Possibly, yeah.
So when I read the figures that talk about limiting flights, I just want to understand the way that this analysis has been prepared. It's not prepared on the assumption that we don't expect there to be bat flights occurring below the cut-in speed at 4.5 because it will be lower at ground level and in that area of wind speed where they fly, correct?
Yes, yep.
And what's the proportion again of between 4.5 above and below of flights?
About half of the recorded flights were, about half were below and half beneath, yeah, roughly.
Yeah. So at ground level, we can expect that we're beyond half of the flights will be occurring in that at the time when you're 4.5 at the hub speed. Is that right?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
Yeah. So then the way the assumption underpinning the curtailment analysis works, as I understand it then, is that it adopts acceptance that there'll be bat flights at lower levels, but bats will not be minded or not be drawn up into the higher speed at the hub height if they're already in flight. Is that a correct analysis of the way it works, or correct understanding of the way in which the analysis works?
Yes, I think so. I mean, what we did with analysing flight activity with wind was that we took the wind from, we took the wind data from the 28-metre height, so not from ground level, because the Met mast didn't have monitors at ground level. So yeah, wind was taken at 28 metres, and we also, there was extrapolations of wind at each of the other heights at which we had detectors, and when we recorded, when we had a confirmed southern bedwing bat flight, we looked at the wind, the average wind speed within that 10-minute period from the same height. And as the reporting states, there were very few above that 28-metre mark, so there weren't actually many data points. So we used the flight at the height at which the bats were. Sorry, we used the wind speed at the height at which the bats were recorded.
Yeah, and the underlying presumption is that because because wind shear contributes to you hitting the speed at the hub height, the bats won't fly into that area. Sorry, I shouldn't say won't, are less likely.
Yeah, it's all about reduction in risk. Yeah, it's reduction in the likely number of flights that are going to be at risk.
Yeah. Accepting that your work demonstrates that the predominant number of flights are at the lower end of the wind speed, is there anything that you have which, and it might just be a gap in the knowledge at this point, but that helps us understand whether the bats change flight once they're in flight between those levels? Do you understand what I mean? Like the difference between starting at a lower level and going to a higher level compared to assuming that they're just not going to go up to a higher level because of the wind speed's high at that level.
Yeah, we don't really have that information. The closest data set that we could use to do that kind of analysis is the recent data that's been published. So that I'm not sure if further analysis of that data set will involve looking at wind information. They would obviously have to be modelled wind data rather than measured wind data, because the bats aren't flying around wind monitors. But yeah, that data set, there were records within that data set where bats change their altitude from lower flights to higher flights, but no clear patterns that we can relate to wind, I don't think.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll just ask you this: is the cut-in speed being set at hub height as it's a recognised methodology to deal with collisions, but is that a concern given our state of knowledge?
As opposed to setting it at ground level?
Well, is it a concern that we don't know? Is the gap in the information that you've just described of concern to you in relation to the bat?
Yeah, as I've stated before, it's all about the curtailment recommendation is all about further reduction in risk, which we already consider to be low due to what we now know about what we recorded in our study, and then what the recently published information says about flight heights. So it's another way of reducing the number of flights that are at risk of collision. Yeah, exactly. And I think the adaptive approach is the right one in terms of you either have a starting curtailment level of no curtailment, or you start at something relatively low, in order to learn from that and and then have your adaptive management. But I don't think starting at a high level of curtailment makes a lot of sense when these things are trying to generate energy. So
Yeah. Okay. Last question before I ask Mr. Organ on this topic. Before I ask Mr. Organ for any comments, in the context of flight height above objects like a pine plantation, which admittedly will be at ground level for periods of time, and on some turbines all of the time, at moving around the site. Is it right, or can you describe the current state of knowledge around what we understand about the bat flying above or around objects?
sorry, was the question about trees or
Trees. Talking about trees. Are they going to fly in that 20 to 25 metres above the tree and the lower tip height? Do they set their height at that? Is that a state of knowledge that we've got?
Well, when we embarked on this study, the thinking about southern bent-wing bat and this particular species was that it was a species that flew within the upper portion of the canopy and potentially slightly above it, and then also quite low within open country, farmland country, which is not really relevant to this project as much. And yeah, the current or nearly available GPS monitoring reinforces that. I think if anything, it does indicate that they fly lower than we may have expected, with a lot of flights down around that 10-15 meter mark. I would have expected them to. I mean, they're foraging. I mean, most of their flights are foraging flights, so they're foraging on insects. So there's no point in them flying where the insects aren't. So, and yeah, we would expect the things like moths to be within the upper canopy, or again slightly above it. So yeah, I think I think it's reasonable that we now have some good data that shows us that they do fly slightly higher in tree habitats than they do in open habitats. I don't really understand the rationale between them flying slightly higher in summer compared with spring. What's happening there, but that could be thermal things going on. Microbats are within Victoria. They're kind of southern Victoria. They're sort of at their limit of where they can effectively function in our climate. So energetics and thermal behaviour is critical to their behaviour, and they've obviously got to fuel themselves, and so the temperatures are a fairly critical factor in terms of where they would be flying.
Okay. There's been a bit that's transpired there. Do you want me to take you through it, Mr. Organ, or are you content to add any comments that you have?
I've just got one comment.
Thank you.
I'm not too sure whether it's been tabled, but Mr. Gibson and Mr. Van Oster, who's here today, there's a peer-reviewed paper on this. So it's not like it's just been made up. So the minimum cut-in of 4.5 is consistent with that paper. And I'll read in the discussion. It says, increasing turbine cut-in speed from 3 to 4.5 from dawn to dusk at a Southern Australian wind farm significantly reduces fatalities up to 54%. So irrespective whether it's on the ground or at hub height, that study, and there's multiple others from Northern Hemisphere that show that between 4.5 and 7 cut-in speed, it significantly reduces that mortality. So that's why we've got the trigger points, and the trigger point is very low of one bat. Essentially, if one bat's recorded, then bang, you need to look at whether that curtailment cut-in speed increased. So it's highly conservative. And like I said, that paper's Bennett et al. Curtailment as a successful method for reducing bat mortality in southeastern Australia or southern Australia wind farm. But that's all I have to add on that.
Thank you. Now, I wanted to move to a question of the two studies that were released shortly before the hearing, premised one being the study that was premised on the Portland population movements alone, and then there was the flight height study by Bush. Okay, and it's correct, Mr. Gibson, that you've considered that study and you gave evidence in chief yesterday about, I'll start with the Bush study about flight height. Well, actually, I won't start with that. Let me get the other study up. We should do them in order, because it's right, isn't it, that one is a
Mr. Tobin, I'll just ask if you can refer to the document numbers as well.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Just so this is document 154, which is the foraging flights of the southern bent-wing bat during 2 seasons. Now, I want to ask at the outset, I think we can agree, can't we, that this is very useful. This information is useful and directly relevant to the project, isn't it?
It is. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it contributes to an issue that's before the committee, and it's helpful. And you've relied on it in your evidence, and I think in by reference to your evidence statement, you say at your page 35, you make reference to the what you call the DECA tracking study. That's a reference to this, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And all I want to interrogate with you is how much weight we can give to the study, given the population size of the number of bats that were fitted with the GPS trackers and so forth. So you've reviewed this paper in detail, yes?
Yes.
And you'll see under the survey methods that I've highlighted there, spring 39 individuals, the February 2024, summer, autumn 69 individuals. So that's the total number of trackers that were fitted, but that's not the total number of trackers that were recovered, is it? There was a reduction in the number that were actually recovered.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's dealt with in the following section. That's right?
Yes. Yep.
And it gives in figure 1 a series of bat location fixes at Cape Nelson. It gives a broader series of fixes in the national park. And then it goes on to deal with tracking data that you had up on the screen yesterday, this data.
Yes.
That's right?
Yep.
And if I understand your evidence, your evidence is that this is the spring and the summer, autumn there. The evidence is that what this data demonstrates is that it's uncommon for them to be flying over the project site. That's what you drew from it. Is that right?
That's what this demonstrates. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, linking the number of Actually, the next question is, there were some bats flying in a westerly direction where things couldn't be recovered from. That's right.
Yes.
And that was because of a flooded cave or something of the sort.
Well, I think it's a cave where they weren't able to put their receiver.
Yeah.
I think that some of the detectors fell off the bats in a location where they couldn't receive the data.
So, bats flying in a westerly direction are bats that have the potential to intersect with the project. Yes.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Now, do you accept the proposition that given that while this information is useful, given the number of individuals that were tracked and the number of items that were recovered, that we can't draw firm conclusions about the use of land to the west, but it's indicative, but not a firm conclusion that can be drawn.
Yeah, that's right. It is a relatively small sample, but as I stated yesterday, we're only recently sort of in a position where we can start gathering this sort of data, and it's great. It's great that this work's underway. We're not saying that this means that we haven't recorded them on the site. You know, we have had detections on the site in both autumn and spring. So there is some level of movement within the site. The data does seem to indicate a pattern where some of the bats that have moved west have tended to go through the native vegetation or potentially the river corridor, and it could be that they were heading towards those caves on the river. And there's obviously there is signs of a bat that's flown or appears to have flown through the site there. I'm not quite sure why those position fixes are so far apart. That sort of says to me that there's some missing data in between those position fixes, because but it certainly implies that the bat may have flown through the project area.
Okay.
So yeah, it's and the other comment I made yesterday was I'm not really across how these various studies all interact with each other, and whether the data set that is presented in the Bush paper on vertical height data, whether they've also got this kind of information because that was a much bigger sample of bats. So it would be useful to see what's learned from that, and I understand that involved tracking of bats from the other maternity caves. So yeah, it would be good to see that information as well.
Because my other question two questions on this is that we see all these really neat straight lines. I'm presuming that, you know, in between the markers, who knows what the bats have done? Is that right?
Yeah, they have to look at the frequency of position fixes that with GPSs, because the batteries have got to be very small for these kinds of animals. There's a trade-off between how often you get a position fix and the duration. You know, how much data you're going to capture over how many days. So it could be that they've been set to. I'm not sure if the paper actually specifies what the time interval was for the position fixes.
They're both hourly and minute, and minute intervals.
So, and you've touched upon it. We would expect this is the Portland population, and you're right to say it'd be really interesting to see what other data from the other populations. But we anticipate, given your commentary on range of the species, that it's possible that Warrnambool, at least, bats could have a footprint over this over the project site too.
It's possible that some of them may move to the Portland maternity cave, and then from there, potentially,
Yeah.
fly through the area.
And perhaps I'll just deal with the Bush report also, which provides really useful information on flight heights, and you've provided your evidence yesterday. And can I summarise what I understood your evidence to be, that you felt that it was corroborative with the investigations that you'd undertaken about flight height? Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
But you'll also accept that it has the same limitation, albeit from a slightly larger pool, over the. It's still a small sample.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonably, that in that case, it is a fairly large sample, and I think because of the topic of that paper, which is vertical movements, I think it's a good data set. Obviously, when you're wanting to understand geographic spread of animals like these, the more data you've got, the better. But in the case of vertical behaviour, I would expect that you're quantifying what the way the species behaves fairly well with what they've done. Yeah.
Mr. Organ, is there anything that Mr. Gibson has advanced there that you disagree with or that you need to add to?
No. So I agree with what was just said there. So 37 units retrieved as part of the 2 seasons with respect to the transmitters and GPS markers, and then there were total of 93 units as part of the flight height investigation, which is good sample size, and we can just build off that now that the techniques appear to be quite confirmed, and that could feed into any ongoing commitment to further elucidate the movement patterns and flight heights of this particular species and the relevance that may have for this project.
It's 11:30. I wonder if we might take our break now. I've got one more topic to do, and I just want to check the other answers that we've got, check in with the client, and then I probably should only be less than 10 minutes after that.
Great, thank you very much. Yes, we'll break now for 15, then come back in to see everybody shortly. Thank you.
Are you?
Thank you, Mr. Tobin.
Thank you, Member Kendall. I wanted to go to document 229, Mr. Gibson, and that's the updated BAMP. And where I'm going to start with is in section 10 of the BAMP, which concerns significant impact and response trigger levels. Just pop it up onto the screen.
I'll just check them. Yeah. Oh, you've got your microphone on. Is that? Yep,
Yes.
it's all working. Thank you. Lovely.
Do you have
Just opening it now. Sorry, what section was that?
section 10, PDF page 51, document page 50?
Yep.
So this part of the BAMP considers trigger levels, which then are linked to some of the things that were in the table that Mr. Chessel took you to earlier this morning. That's right?
Yes.
And trigger levels in this case are to be determined in relation to actual mortalities rather than the mathematically deduced likely mortalities that have occurred. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. But in the case of the BAT, if I understand it correctly, the trigger levels, which are then set out at 10.2, do you have that there?
Yep.
The BAT will fall under listed threatened taxa. Is that right?
I believe that's right.
And that is in effect at one or more carcasses. Is that right?
Yes, I think so.
I'll let you catch up. You look like you're still reading through. I don't want to.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, that's my understanding.
So does that mean, Mr. Gibson, that for the purpose of the BAT, there's nothing really turns on the adoption of actual mortalities versus predicted mortalities from the facility?
Well, the triggers are based on detected carcasses. But,
And because it's one,
because it's one, yeah,
there's no magic in it.
Yeah, you can't detect half a carcass and therefore have a lower predicted mortality.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's the lowest that it could be set at.
Okay.
Currently.
All right. Let's then move to the responses to the trigger levels. And I think you were taken to this section at 11.2 earlier on. So this is table 6 at page 56 of the document, which is PDF page 57.
Yes.
So in terms of the trigger levels, one of the outcomes is for collisions in excess of trigger level 2. Do you see down the bottom here?
Yes.
Is a contribution to an offset fund. Can you explain what an offset fund is for the purpose of this trigger level?
Well, that it really hasn't been detailed as yet exactly what that money would go to, but through as part of the plan in terms of the other money that's available for the project, there would be a range of conservation and research measures undertaken, and this would contribute to that.
Am I correct in saying to you that an offset fund for the BAT is not going to be used for practical measures, given the nature of the bat's broad foraging area and its very specific located cave places where it dwells. Am I right to say that we're not talking about practical measures, we're talking about research measures?
Yeah, primarily it is difficult with southern bent wing bat to identify direct offsets. Yeah.
Am I correct, or how do I read this offset fund? Do I read this proposed offset fund in the draft plan as being something which is applicable to the whole of the proposal, or on a turbine by turbine basis? How does it? What was the thinking behind it?
Well, it links to those triggers. So I think those trigger events are potentially turbine by turbine.
You say potentially. You might not know. This might not be a part of
well,
the report that you were principally responsible for. I'm
To be
not
honest,
trying to.
I'm
just trying to understand, because Deeker doesn't understand quite what's intended in this section.
Clearly, this is a draft plan, and some of these details here are the key things that need to be fleshed out in finalising the plan.
Okay. And I'm not being critical of you. You've got a lot of material to be across, but is it fair to say that you're not sure how it would operate, and it's something we should look to the proponent to understand at this point? Or
yeah, that's my understanding. Yeah, it's something that does require further thought in terms of how that would work, and what that money is best spent on, and who what the governance arrangements for that would be, and all of those kinds of details.
Okay. Now, at page 46 of your statement, you say the proponent has committed to a substantial fund to contribute to species recoveries actions. The fund's not intended to function as an offset, but to assist in funding research and recovery actions for the southern bent wing bat and other key species in the region. A question that arose with the language of the BAMP and the reference to an offset was to whether it was something different to the $1 million a year over the life of the project that's identified elsewhere. Or is it the same? Is it going to similar things as the other contributions from the project to research?
Just for clarity, do you mean the $50,000 contribution?
Yes.
Triggered?
Sorry, perhaps I didn't ask the question correctly.
Is that different to the $1 million a year fund?
Yeah. Is it being put to a different purpose than the $1 million fund, or is it a contribution that will add to the $1 million a year fund?
I understand the question.
Well, I understand it's additive, like it's not within the $1 million fund. But yeah, in terms of exactly what it's spent on, that's not really able to provide much on that at the moment.
Okay.
I guess the focus would be to try to contribute to recovery actions for the species as identified in the recovery plan, and in consultation with the recovery team and other and DECA.
Could I just clarify, Mr. Gibson, they're not things that you've been involved in advising the proponent on? So it may be something the proponent can provide some further advice on.
It sounds as though it's not.
Yeah, we're happy to address you further on that.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Mr. Organ, in your evidence, you make reference to the contribution, the overall $30 million fund, $1 million a year, so a separate thing to what we've just been talking about, as being a benefit of the proposal. What's your in technical note 22? You indicate, I'll just get technical note 22 up on the screen for you.
I've got it.
You indicate there in technical note 22 that it would assist in funding research and recovery actions for the bat. Is it your understanding that it would be dealing with the bat and other species as well?
The $1 million?
Yeah.
Yes. So not that $1 million contribution would be, my understanding is, not solely for southern bentwing bat, but for other species of concern that we're dealing with in this matter on this project.
I'm not a researcher. Are you able to provide something tangible in respect of what that contribution means in a practical sense for research?
I tried to mention that, or I did mention that yesterday. It is substantial. So the importance of the mitigation hierarchy is to go through all the few steps in terms of avoid, minimise, then offset, not just jump to the offset process. We've discussed the impacts and the residual impacts that need to be considered. The 30 million is a substantial figure over the life of the life of the project. So $1 million could contribute substantially to the recovery of this species. And I've outlined that in my technical note. And I've, as I said yesterday, included the relevant table from the recovery plan that actually has the relevant budgets or costs associated with each recovery item or action that's been identified in that plan, which I've outlined on page 4 of that supplementary or technical note. I just think, just in terms of the 50,000 in my evidence on page 99, you'll read, I've just said that one aspect that needs clarity in that BAMP is that $50,000 one-off payment. I've just said it should be revised to reflect that if it's across the whole project area, not per turbine. It says one-off payment, but it's not entirely clear. And that one-off payment is per 12 months, how I read it. So you reset it after 12 months, and if there's another mortality, then another $50,000 is contributed to the fund. That's my reading of it, but I've just said on page number 99 of my evidence that it's recommended that trigger be revised to apply across the entire turbine array rather than being limited to repeated events at a single turbine. And if this trigger is reached, then only one-off payment of $50,000 should be required. Page 99 of my evidence.
Thank you.
Just in terms of the other question, whether it should be a separate fund or whether it should be bundled into the $1 million fund, this isn't new. It's for wind farms in terms of having a fund for conservation for species. So in Tasmania, for example, the NRM South is an organisation that coordinates. There's a fund that's been established for the wedge-tail eagle, which is threatened in Tasmania, and multiple proponents, so including Goldwind for the Cattle Hill Wind Farm, contribute to that fund along with others for mortality of wedge-tail eagles. That's publicly available in terms of where they spend that money. There's a website. So NRM South then coordinate that through a range of on-site conservation measures and also detailed research projects for that particular species. So it hasn't been developed that I'm aware of in Victoria in terms of having a separate fund. I might be wrong there, but it's certainly something that I'd encourage because you can collaborate closely with the various members of the recovery team, of which a number of those individuals have published or contributed to some of these recent publications. So certainly you're dealing with subject matter experts so that that funding's directed in the right areas.
So, Mr. Organ, that's tied to mortality as well, is it? That specific, species-specific fund.
For the Tasmanian context?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. Correct. And so just on that, the Commonwealth, if this project is approved on the Commonwealth level, they will stipulate that, and there's multiple examples of that on the Commonwealth conditions, it'll state what that contribution should be and where it should go. So it should be quite prescriptive in terms of how that's directed.
Thank you.
Mr. Organ, at page 45 of your evidence.
Sorry, Mr. Tobin, I'm just conscious of the time as well. I'm just wondering how.
Last question.
Last question.
There you go.
Oh, thank you. I'll just ask for efficiency with answering as well. Thank you.
Okay.
At page 45 of your evidence, which is document 84, you indicate you speak to the establishment of the fund, and I'll just pop it up there, and you talk about its ability to fund support southern bentwing bat conservation actions and so forth. This research, I guess the question is, how do we measure the benefit of that in terms of managing the risk? Is there a way that we can set one off against the other in respect of the risk to the bat?
It's a very good question. Just very quickly, I would try and prioritise the action or that fund that it doesn't have to be specific to the project, i.e. radio tracking 100 or 500 bats or whatever to further inform where they're crossing the landscape. So yeah, there's a range of measures that can be funded or actions. One would think that a priority may be given to those projects that are relevant for the project. But in saying that, there might be some urgent actions in terms of protection of roost sites or maternity caves that have immediate requirement, because that's where the concentration of the bats are. And so the highest threats, it shouldn't, so I guess I'm jumping around a bit, but it shouldn't necessarily be directed solely for the project. There would be benefits for the project to further understand the movement ecology and the like for this particular species and how it's relevant for the project, but there may be more higher priority actions that can be delivered with those funds.
Thanks, Mr. Organ. Thanks, Mr. Gibson.
I just have a further question based on the question Mr. Tobin asked you, Mr. Organ. Rather than the specifics of how the benefits may be measured, could you just very briefly advise what process you think should be undertaken to determine how the funds should be applied?
It's a very easy process in terms of looking, engaging with the recovery team and having a prioritisation process that's they would know what the highest threats are and how the best bang for your buck can be delivered. So engaging with the recovery team and then making a decision from that. So whether that can flow into the mitigation measure.
Yeah, thank you.
That would be useful.
Thank you. That's clear. So we'll move into questions from Mr. Cumming. Welcome, Mr. Cumming. I'll ask you to pop your camera on. Oh, sorry, I didn't give you an opportunity to comment. Mr. Gibson, did you have any comments on my question? No.
No.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Cumming. I'll hand to you. And as with the other, please just be clear who you're directing your question to, and everybody please be mindful of the time.
Okay, I'm directing a series of questions first to Mr. Gibson, then I'll direct a series to Mr. Organ. So the first one is on the first page of your witness statement. You state in the disclaimer that you completed the assessment in accordance with all the relevant federal and state acts and legislations. So doesn't the Wildlife Act and Flora and Fauna Guarantee Acts prohibit the death, disturbance or displacement of threatened or endangered species?
Well, we've considered our impact assessment is heavily addressing the requirements of the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act.
So wouldn't the approval of this project, though, guarantee the death, disturbance and displacement of some threatened species, bird and bat?
It's certainly not a guarantee, no.
What is there any wind farm that hasn't?
Well, there have been mortalities my understanding at most wind farms.
So do any of the acts allow for a level of death, disturbance or displacement?
Well, yes, I mean, the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act can provide permits for what's referred to as the take, of plants and animals.
Is there a legal level of death, displacement, or is it up to the individual applications or whatever?
Yeah, the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act doesn't have clear thresholds for significant impacts, etc. So it is a case by case basis to be assessed by approval authorities.
Okay, next couple of questions I'll skip because they've been answered. About 67% drop in population, 1,000 individuals at Portland. So next question is on page 34, 8.9.3. There's a statement there in your witness statement that every ground.
Sorry.
Mr. Cumming, could you just clarify the document is still in the evidence statement, are you, Mr. Gibson? Or
Yes.
Yes,
still in
thank
the witness
you.
Statement. You talk about every ground-based detector deployed at Kentbruck recording the presence of the Ventwin bat, and it was around about 1,293 at 100% of the records, where 97% of them were at ground level. Now, I'm unclear by reading that if there were 8 ground-based detectors, or is there an additional 4 for the mast as well? So how many ground-based detectors were there?
There were 14, I think, 14 separate ground-based detectors, and then another 4 at the mast.
Okay, so it's 18, rightio. So how many of them were in the pine forest?
I'd have to check that, but there was
my reading
there
is
were
there was
a
only
couple.
8. But
No, I don't think that's correct. I think there'd be more than that, but I'd have to check the actual number that were in the pine forest.
okay, if you can come back with that. You spoke about curtailment being at 4.5 meters a second, but for these turbines involved, isn't that actually below their starting speed? For the size of the turbine, my reading of the turbines this size, they don't even start generating until they're between 5 and 8.
I'm not a turbine engineer, but my understanding is that it's more like 3 meters per second.
Yeah, that's for the turbines at Portland, but the new bigger turbines, they can't even turn at that.
Well, I'm not really in a position to comment on that.
Can we get a clarification that before the end of the panel, how fast the cutting speed is? Because
thank you, Mr. Cumming. I'm happy for the proponent to take that question and come back to us on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Because if that's the case, the ban plan has no meaning at all. The curtailment speed is below what the generation start speed is.
Is that a question? Is that a question, Mr. Cumming?
Yes, it is. If that is the case, if the cutting speed is at 5 to 8, won't the ban plan be meaningless because it curtailments as 4.5?
Thank you.
If that can be clarified, that'd be good. So have you calculated for the ground-based detectors detector nights, like is recorded in the document 174 in that table? It recorded detector nights at the various wind farms. Have you done that for Kentbruck?
We've done, yeah, we know how many detector nights we had across the project.
Yep. And have you calculated back to how many complex calls per detector night? Because when I calculate that back, I get 0.4. Have you done a calculation to see how many there are?
Well, we have presented figures on the complex calls. Yeah.
It's just that document 174, that table on page 4, shows that for those 3 wind farms, in total there was 135 complex calls for 1621 detector nights, which is 0.1, which is those 3 wind farms is a quarter of what Kentbruck's detector nights would be.
Which 3 wind farms are you referring to?
The 3 in the table on page 4 of document 174.
But we don't know which 3 wind farms they are.
But we do, Because if you
Well-
go on the internet and do a search, you'll find that number one is Portland. I've got them here.
Mr. Cumming, I'll just ask if you're leading to a specific question.
Oh, I certainly am. Number one is Cape Nelson. Number two is MacArthur. And number three is, where's number three? Portland's other one. Anyway, it's on the other. Anyway, there's a document published which I've tabled. I tabled it as Dr. 16, which has been renumbered to 293, table 293. Have you had a chance to look at 293? A document which you co-authored?
The paper on curtailment.
Yep.
Yes.
So that clearly
I'm familiar with that.
states for which turbine which wind farm that was for.
Yeah, that does, yes.
Yep. And the numbers in that paper correlate with wind farm number one in document 174. Are you in a position to know what those three turbine locations are, wind farm locations are?
Well, no, I don't believe it's public knowledge. I don't believe it was.
I found it in half an hour, so I think it's public knowledge. Anyway,
So, Mr. Cumming, could you just clarify your question?
my question is, those three wind farms in document 174, the numbers that they're estimating they're killing every year is 6% of the Portland population. Is that correct?
Well, if you take those model numbers, I'd have to do the calculations to confirm that. Yeah.
So if you then do the complex calls for Kentbruck and those three combined, Kentbruck is going to potentially kill 4 times as many.
Well, I don't agree with that.
In the 174 document, the document says that most of the calls were detected at ground level and not above ground level, the same as Kentbruck. Is that correct?
That may be correct.
Right. So can we assume that at Kentbruck we're going to get a similar distribution of deaths because what was estimated at those three was incredibly wrong, and what the deaths we're having after show that it is incredibly wrong? Can we assume that Kentbruck is going to follow a similar path to those turbines?
No, we can't assume that. There's a range of differences between particularly the Cape Nelson site and Kentbruck in terms of the turbines that are being used and the proximity to a colony. Yeah, there's a colony quite close to that Cape Nelson area.
But if we've got 4 times the call rate per detector night rate at Kentbruck, surely it's going to be a large number.
Well, I'm not convinced that we have, that we have got that number of that comparison of call rate.
Okay.
I'd have to check those figures.
Assuming MacArthur is number 2 for a moment, how far is MacArthur from the nearest maternity cave?
It would be quite a long way from a maternity cave, but it's very close to the Bioduck caves, which are one of the larger non-maternity areas.
Are you aware that at MacArthur they changed the search routine very early on and they doubled it, so they searched every 2 weeks?
I haven't reviewed the monitoring at MacArthur in detail.
Have you read any of the post-completion reports for the other wind farm in detail?
Not the ones that you've sent through in the last couple of days, no.
Any of the 16 wind farms in Victoria, have you read any of them?
I have read. I'm familiar with some of the monitoring that's done. Biosis has done some of those studies ourselves.
Okay. The fact that MacArthur searched twice as much as the 2 Portland wind farms, could that explain why the number of bats that they're finding there and extrapolating from is a larger number?
Yeah, look, as I said, I'd have to review those documents.
Okay. Well, I'll ask it, but you probably won't know it. Are you aware that when they doubled the search, the find of dead bats increased 30%?
No, look, as I said, I haven't reviewed those monitoring reports.
Okay. We've talked about curtailment and cutting speed. You're going to get back to us. Talked about that. Okay. Wouldn't the actual number of dead bats be higher due to searches not being found in pine trees? We've talked about that, so don't worry about that. If the 3 wind farms that I've identified aren't the 3 wind farms in Decker's paper, which I doubt, wouldn't that mean there is another 3 wind farms that are killing 6% of the population?
I think if there were other wind farms where there had been mortalities reported to DECA, they would have included them in that table.
That's what I thought. So that's why I'm sort of trying to confirm they are the 3 wind farms. If a project was expected today to go into it, like we've got the 3 that are killing bats, but for some reason DECA aren't doing anything about to try and stop it. But if we've got a new project going in that's expected to kill 6% of a population, theoretically, wouldn't that be deemed a too great a risk to take on the Portland bat population of 1,000 bats?
Well, that's not the basis of our risk assessment.
No, but if I said theoretically, if it was expected to kill 6%, wouldn't that be a risk too much to take?
Well, it's a hypothetical that.
Yeah, hypothetically,
is not relevant.
would it be a risk too much to take?
Well, I'm not going to comment on a hypothetical situation.
Okay. So I'll ask it another way. As an independent witness, if a wind farm put in its application that said it was going to kill 6% of the bat population, do you think it would
thank
be
you, Mr.
recommended
Cumming.
for
I'll ask
approval?
you to move on. I think we've heard Mr. Gibson's response.
Okay. Is Biosis acting independently when they're advising Neon, or are they acting to try and get a permit approved?
We provide independent advice, and which we've been doing for 40 years.
Okay, that's the end of my questions to Mr. Gibson. Now I have some for Mr. Organ. On your witness statement, page 8, you say the biodiversity objective defined in the EES requirement is to avoid, minimise potential adverse effects on biodiversity values within the project site, etc. Isn't the requirement to avoid adverse effects in the surrounding area of interest as well?
That's what it says.
I read it as just the site, so if that's supposed to be the areas around as well, that's good, thank you.
If you read the sentence, it says, and its environs.
Yeah, it's the site and its environment. That, to me, that means what's in the site, its environment. So are you saying, yes, it extends beyond the wind farm?
Well, that's your interpretation, but one would think any impact assessment isn't isolated to the project area. It's actually beyond the project area.
Okay, what distance is it beyond?
There's no specified distance.
What distance have you applied it to?
It depends on the species that you're dealing with and the ecology.
Well, the bent windbat, what distance
with
have
this
you applied
particular
it to?
species, you would look
I'll just make sure we've got time for questions and answers separately. So, Mr. Cumming, have you finished your question? And if so, please just wait for Mr. Organ to reply.
The question is, what distance for the bent windbat has been applied outside the wind farm?
There's no stipulated distance as to how far. It's based on the movement patterns of the species, which extends, based on the research, could be 100 or so kilometres from sites. So that's a specific species, and you look at what's relevant in the context of the project.
Right. Your company's doing lead ecology reports for a number of other wind farms, Mortons Hill, Brewster, Darlington, etc. all are trying to attain similar buffers at Kentbruck. Is that correct for species?
No, not entirely. No. The first part of the question, yes, we are. It's a very broad question that the short answer is that we go through the impact assessment on various projects and we follow the relevant guidelines that stipulate certain distances, and that's how we undertake our work.
Any areas or buffers adopted at Kentbruck, won't they become like the basis for buffers at other wind farms? Won't they become precedents?
Definitely not.
Okay. Getting there. So have you read document 174? I'm sure you have.
If you can just read the title of the document.
This is the document 174 with the table with the 3 wind farms in it.
Yes, I've read that.
Were you involved in writing that?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. You're aware of Biosis's report on Cape Nelson, which we discussed a minute ago?
Yes.
Okay. From your opinion, are the 3 wind farms in document 174 killing about 6% of the Portland bat population?
I haven't done that calculation, but if you add up the 23.3, 456.6 and the 68.7, whatever that equals.
Yep.
It sounds like you've done the arithmetic. So
yep.
Between 1,000 and 1,500 bats, then yeah, I haven't done the calculation on that.
Okay. Going back to what I asked the previous set of questions, have you looked at the Kentbruck calls and recorder nights calculation and compared that to document 174?
No, I haven't done that analysis. That wasn't part of my engagement to look at specific comparisons with a document that was essentially released post my evidence.
Have you done the calculation for Kentbruck on its own?
I've reviewed the detailed information that's presented in that report and made my peer review, and my assessment is outlined in my evidence.
Do you think Kentbruck is likely to contribute to deaths similar to those 3 wind farms combined, or you haven't had enough time to look at it?
Look, based on the evidence, I think there's 2 key things that are different here. Number 1 is the clearance height of the turbine. So you compare, and I made that comment earlier about the 3 wind farm projects that are outlined in that document. There's no information on turbine type, no information on the location, although you've mentioned where they are.
I think we've established that. Yep.
Yeah. Well, I can't confirm that, but let's just assume it is at those 3 sites that you've mentioned. Those 3 sites, 2 of which are in the vicinity closer. So one is the turbine configuration, the height rather, and the distance from that maternity cave are key factors with respect to mortality risk and actual mortalities.
Okay. Now, in your presentation, you mentioned from memory that there's 5 turbines in the western end that pose a significant risk. Why not just delete the 5 to begin with and remove that risk?
I didn't say significant risk. I said those 5 turbines may have an elevated risk, particularly given the data that was presented in the Biosis report, where there was a higher number and detection rate at those locations. It doesn't automatically mean that, right, can we just wipe out 5 turbines in those locations and it'll be right. There may be other turbines across the site or other areas that pose comparatively higher risk, but one would say based on the 12 months of monitoring, they present, or that part of the site presents a comparatively higher risk. So therefore, the post-construction or even pre-construction work and analysis should be concentrated in those high-risk areas, including should the project be approved, then the BAMP plan should target key locations across the site and key turbines to ensure that they're captured in the post-construction mortality assessment.
Do you have concerns that the 3 wind farms in document 174, all the pre-work said that the bat levels were low to the ground and the moderate risk or low risk of any kill, and then when they're built, they do a lot of killing? Do you have any concerns that the same will be reproduced at Kentbruck because they're based on similar logic?
No, our understanding of the species ecology with some recent work that's been produced, which we've mentioned today, has certainly elucidated some of the knowledge gaps for the species. One of those wind farms, I understand, is in the phase of being decommissioned. So who knows what's happening at that site in the future, whether my understanding is they will no longer be present in the landscape.
No, they're further down the coast, I'm afraid.
Okay, all right. We'll stand corrected on that one. But look, in terms of what was your original question again?
I think it was more along the lines of, do you expect Kentbruck to pose a similar threat?
No.
That was the general gist.
And it's based on the turbine type and the height, the clearance height.
So what turbine type is being used?
I'm not too sure about that, but I do know
You said height, Mr. Cumming, not type. I think you said her turbine height. Is that correct, Mr. Organ?
Correct.
Not type.
Oh, I thought you said type. Sorry. Okay. Again, be it hypothetical or be it whatever, as an independent peer reviewer, if someone brought a project to you that said they were going to kill 6% of a population of 1,000, would that be a risk too great to take?
I just want to put it into perspective here. We're not talking about the 1,000 or the 1,500. You look at the impact assessment collectively across the entire population. So the numbers that you're producing are isolating the Portland maternity cave. You need to look at collectively under the EPBC Act for the nationally threatened species, the national population, which we have got detailed data on that. So extrapolate that out. It would not be a significant impact once the mitigation measures are implemented and the adaptive management process is applied for this project. So no, it's not likely to have a significant impact on this species.
Doesn't the Act also protect individual populated areas? So wouldn't the Act protect Portland as Portland? So if you were going to wipe Portland out completely, for instance, wouldn't that be a problem under the Act?
Look, now we're delving into specific impact assessment criteria under the Act. So there's various thresholds that determine whether a significant impact would eventuate for a particular project on a species. And the biosis work have gone through that at length and in detail in one of the appendices of the Flora and Fauna report to look at those key impact thresholds under the EPBC Act. So one, yeah, there are various ones in terms of population size. There's a range of other thresholds under the significant impact assessment under the EPBC Act.
But aren't there specific location thresholds? Like if you've got 3 areas and you wipe one out under the Act, isn't that a problem?
No, I don't think it stipulates specifically that for this particular species. No, there's not a policy statement that's been prepared for this species, unlike other threatened species under the EPBC Act. It would not stipulate, or my understanding is it doesn't divide it up into different subgroups or subpopulations.
Okay, and only a few to go. And one of them is sort of being covered under the $1 million a year thing. Isn't that just going to be a consultant field day? Isn't that where most of the money is going to go to paying consultants?
Just noting the questions have been asked already by Mr. Tobin. If you could be specific about and reasonable about your question.
Okay, isn't the $1 million a year going to benefit consultants more than any other thing?
Well, definitely not.
I don't think that's a reasonable question, Mr. Cumming. I'll ask you to move on.
If I can just, I
Move
want to
on.
quickly mention that a lot of the research has been undertaken by ARI and other research professionals. So some of the questions or some of the research projects wouldn't necessarily be undertaken at all by a consultancy. It'll be undertaken by a university or an independent body. So yeah, that's evident. In terms of the ongoing on-ground management, that would be undertaken by the relevant land manager, for example.
Okay. So I just want to move into Identiflight for a bit because that's been mentioned a bit and it's in your wheelhouse. Are you aware Identiflight doesn't operate at night when migratory birds and bats often travel?
That's my understanding.
Are you
However,
aware
the
Identiflight?
technology. Sorry if I just jump in. Sorry about that. That's my understanding currently. However, with advances, the technology is evolving to pick up nocturnal, nocturnal time periods.
Yeah, I've been working with 2 companies for 5 years on it. But anyway, are you aware Identiflight doesn't operate in rain, fog, or sea mist or direct glare?
To a certain degree, it may limit the visibility, correct?
Are you aware that even sites that run Identiflight still document 20% of the birds it tries to save are still killed during the day?
No, that's based on my, if I can respond to that, based on my information and my understanding, specifically for the Cattle Hill context in Tasmania, and also more recently at Muscle Road. I've actually visited the former site and actually seen the Identiflight in action, which I can go through at a later stage.
Given it's not directly before the IAC, I'm happy if we move on from the topic. Thank you, Mr. Cumming.
Okay. In the curtailment of the turbines, in the reports have been done and were identified, just where the reports aren't still 50% of the bats killed even with curtailment?
Identified, sorry.
No, Mr. Cumming, I'm not clear on your question. Could you please re-ask it?
In the report we talked about before, which is number 2025, when it talks about the curtailment at the Portland site.
Sorry, I'll just get you to clarify again the document that you're looking at.
2025 was my document 16. I'm just in that document. When they
I'm not sure. Sorry, we're just not clear which document, Mr. Cumming. If you could give us the title of the document and the table document number.
Sorry, I was reading the date and not the 293.
We're not up to 2025 yet. Not happening.
Document 293. Sorry about that. I was reading the date.
Again, repeat the document number. Sorry, Mr. Cumming.
293.
293. Thank you.
So in that, when curtailment is undertaken for that project, didn't it only reduce the bat kill by around 50% or 54% or something?
So this is a paper by Bennett et al. And it would be useful if, I don't know the numbers of every document, if you can also refer to the title of the document would be helpful. But I mentioned that earlier in the conclusion. You're right. There's 54% that has been reduced in terms of mortality. So there's 46% that it's reduced it down. There's still mortalities at the site. Yes.
Okay. Now you mentioned you went to Cattle Hill. Are you aware at Cattle Hill for Identiflight to work, they had to remove a significant number of trees between the turbines?
No, that's not correct.
Mr. Cumming, with that not being part of the proposal before the IAC, I ask if you could move on to questions that relate to the project specifically. Thank you. Well,
it wasn't Identiflight being proposed as one of the solutions?
It was given to explained to the IAC as an example of technology that will be and may be considered.
And it may be considered in the BAM plan?
I'll ask Mr. Chessel to very briefly explain the context in which you provided that information to the IAC.
Yes, the context is...
No, Mr. Cumming, I'll ask Mr. Chessel to answer the question and then I'll come back to you.
The context is this. The mitigation measure requires, as part of the implementation of the BAMP plan, an investigation into the operation, suitability and application of technologies to assist in respect of monitoring, detection and ultimately curtailment should it be considered necessary. And so what the mitigation measure requires and the BAMP will give effect to is a protocol to be implemented through engagement with DECA that would investigate the application of these types of technologies. So identified is one type of technology. As I explained yesterday, we put the paper before you so that the committee can understand the nature of that technology. There are other types of technologies, including the radar and...
Yes. Thank you.
So it is before you in that sense, and it forms part of the BAMP and the adaptive management response in the way that's set out in the mitigation measure and is described in the BAMP.
Yes, thank you. So it's an example of the type of technology that may be considered in the future. Thank you, Mr. Cumming. I'll ask you to move on to a different topic.
Well, I only got one last question, and it is just that if you have to remove the trees between the turbines to use the technology, wouldn't that render that technology not able to be used?
No, no. The reason being is that it actually scans above the ground, and you would strategically locate those units so that you have high visibility. So it can be accommodated in this context for this site.
So that all have to be on 50-metre poles?
If not necessarily, but if that's what's required, then that's what will be done.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cumming. And is Ms. Dennis, I just need to confirm, I wasn't 100% sure before, is she intending to ask some questions? Yes, I can see she's joining us, Ms. Dennis. Could you give me an idea of the number of questions that you have, just so
No, I'll just do one.
time? Thank you.
And it'll be directed to both because, to be honest, I can't remember who actually made the statement yesterday, but yesterday it was stated that pine coops are to be regularly harvested and can be replaced by either pines or blue gums, thus changing the types of trees around the turbines. Wouldn't this affect the bats and the bat behaviour because they're going to feed a lot more, I would have thought, around the blue gums than around pine trees?
I can respond to that. I don't think you heard that stated correctly. The pine plantation will remain a pine plantation. There's no plan to plant blue gums within the pine plantation or vice versa.
Okay, fine. That's it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dennis. So that does bring us to questions from the IAC, and I'll hand to Mr. Wilkinson to run through questions to the experts. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Kendall. I'll address the first question to Mr. Organ. And look, this might involve too much speculation, so please say so if it does. But you mentioned that climate change can impact on cave microclimate. With those changes, are we likely to see, say, caves that are closer to the project become more suitable as a maternity cave, or if they're not suitable now, would they more likely become less suitable?
It's a very interesting question. I've got no definitive answer on that, but all I can say is that those caves, with the populations that are present, there is interchange between the caves. So one would say that they have been able to support a greater population in the past, and those numbers are fairly stable at each cave. So therefore it indicates they're at the carrying capacity at the moment with some ability to increase if possible. But it's not like the Portland cave, which I haven't been to, but there may be limited area or space for that, for say, if there is a change in climate, that hypothetically that they move from the Narracourt Cave complex down to Portland, it's possibly unlikely, given that they're probably it's the physical makeup of the cave would be different to the Narracourt Cave. So there's a reason why the Narracourt Cave is supporting a high population, given the suitability. So that doesn't really answer the question, but Yeah, there's dynamics associated with each cave, and there's
Mm.
carrying capacity and constraints around that for multiple reasons, which I haven't got the detailed information on. So that would influence whether there's an increase or in population in certain areas.
Yeah, I was thinking also in terms of the importance of the current routes along the Glenelg River.
Yeah, I can't comment on that.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Mr. Gibson.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Gibson.
I mean, obviously in the past, some of the bat colonies have obviously moved to the UK, so otherwise they wouldn't be there. So that's. Oh, sorry.
We can't hear
You
anything.
could commence
Sorry.
the
Start that
answer
again.
again. Thank you.
Yeah, clearly in the past colonies, the bat's been able to establish new maternity caves in the past. So exactly how that happens, presumably it's a cave that's being used already. That the use of that cave might change, but the maternity caves themselves, I think I commented yesterday that they were mostly lava cave situations there. That was probably not exactly right. There's a range of different cave types. They including limestone caves and lava caves, and well, the Portland caves are a sea cave that have been used for breeding. But they clearly the maternity caves are quite different to the other caves that they use throughout the year. And I think the key differences are the thermal properties of the cave. So I think that the likelihood of a new maternity cave appearing is probably relatively low, in that they do tend to breed in large numbers within these caves, but I guess it's not impossible. But and again, as I said yesterday, the decline in caves, I think, is one of the major things that would have threatened the population over in recent times. Yeah.
Yeah. We've talked a bit about the use of the area, well, likely use of the area by bats, including the Deca study, so I won't go into that too much. Other than just a comment from the in submission 191 from the Southern Bentwin Bat Recovery Team. They refer to the importance of the interchange between the subpopulations, such as between Narracourt and Portland, for maintaining genetic diversity. So, as per Mr. Organ, in your view, does the proposal or threaten that interchange at all?
No.
Yeah, and Mr. Gibson?
No, well, the site is most likely located further south than that those movements would happen, and we've seen some of the recent tracking indicates that the movements are occurring further north. So it appears that most of the movements between those caves are not likely to be going through the site.
Mm-hmm. Document 153 that we've mentioned before, the Arthur Ryler Institute report looking at assessment, mitigation and monitoring of onshore wind turbines. It notes that as a general comment, not specific to species, it notes that wind farms can attract bats in certain cases. Are you aware of any evidence that would suggest that the southern bentwing bat could be attracted to wind farms?
No, not for that specific species. Yeah, there's that literature review did find some papers overseas that were looking at displacement and attraction, and yeah, found some cases where there was attraction, but we don't really have any information that we can really relate to southern bentwing bat. on that in Australia or in Victoria.
Yeah. And I turn to the subject of the flight height, which has already been discussed quite extensively. So I'll try and go through this pretty quickly. The some of the yes, the key conclusion is that bats, the southern bedouin bat flies at a lower height and below the 60 metre, or almost all flights are below the 60 metres. The independent peer review that was done of the BIOSIS work, which is in Appendix 4 of Appendix E, and recognising that was done before the release of some of these DECA reports. But it did question that assumption of that most flights, it questioned the reliance on the data from the monitoring. And one of the issues it raised was about distinguishing bats from or the calls from background noise. Now, perhaps I'll ask this to Mr. Organ first, but because you mentioned that in your report that the fact that other bats like the southern free-tailed bat, you mentioned that the fact that other bats were picked up, that sort of demonstrates that the equipment was working effectively. And you say it reflects genuine biological patterns, not methodological. Sorry, the white striped free-tailed bat was what I meant to refer to. Do you know if the white striped free-tailed bat has a higher or lower core frequency than the southern bent-winged bat?
I can comment on that.
Just to give some
much lower. Yeah, the white striped free-tailed bat is generally thought of as the only bat that humans can hear with our hearing range. So they call it around 10, 11, 12 kilohertz. So if you've got good hearing still, you can hear them flying around with your own hearing. Whereas the southern bent-winged bat, from memory, is up around the 30 kilohertz range. Yeah. So low frequency sounds do travel further, and the white striped free-tailed bat has it is a bat that flies in open habitats. So the echolocation calls that it needs are ones that it's a fast flying bat, so it needs information on things that are a long way ahead of it. So it needs a strong low frequency call for that. So it would be detected over a larger spatial area than some of the other species. So, but what it does demonstrate is that the detectors were functioning. We acknowledge that the impacts of wind in the higher detectors may have had an impact on on the number of calls recorded, but they were still functioning at that height.
Yeah. Again, that that paper that looked at that comparison and mitigation measures, I think it was in there. It notes that bats with higher frequency calls are more, or those calls are more likely to be drowned out by other noise. So compared to bats with low frequencies. So you don't see that really as being an issue in this case.
It's probably the reverse as well. There is a lot of noise in the same frequency range as the white striped mastiff bat, around that 10 kilohertz range. So yeah, noise occurs throughout the spectrum. Yeah, so as I stated in my evidence, there are issues with making numeric comparisons with bat calls because it's a sampling exercise, and there are a lot of factors at play that influence the detectability and the size of the detection envelope. So it's really why we focus on relative measures when we're making comparisons.
Okay. Mr. Orwin, did you want to add anything to that?
No, that's what my understanding is as well.
Yeah. Okay. The second the second limit, well, what the peer reviewer saw as a limitation was around the core characteristics of the southern bent-winged bat that overlaps with a number of other species. Now, in the case of the measurements you talk, I didn't note that there's very few individual or relatively few individual calls of the southern bent-winged bat. So most of the recordings are as part of the species complex. Correct.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, species complex can contain calls from a number of bats. So in this case, or in this site context, how many bats would you expect that species complex could contain?
Probably two other species that have overlapping characteristics. Yeah. I should point out in regard to the peer review, the peer review was done at a very early stage in our work, where we were only really producing preliminary information, and I think at the time of the peer review we were focusing on the confirmed, or the calls that we were identifying as southern bent-wing. We did respond to that by changing our reporting to focus on the core complex species. So we are, we've taken that precautionary approach to include those as the peer reviewer requested. But yeah, the peer review was undertaken on a very early draft of our work and didn't get re-evaluated following the finalisation.
Yeah. So it's likely that including the southern bent-winged bat, that there's three bats that make up that species complex. And my understanding is that if you took a single record of that species complex, that not all three bats are necessarily present. Is that correct?
Yeah, it could be just one of them. So it's a potential explanation for why we've got calls that we're attributing to the complex at various times a year. So the other species that are part of that complex are not cave dwelling bats. They're tree roosting bats. So they're potentially coming from much closer from native vegetation or tree hollow areas closer to the site than the southern bent-winged bat. Yeah. So we don't. Yeah, I guess in answer to your question, if it's been identified as the complex, it could be any one of those species.
Yeah. And you mentioned you did manual checking of some of those records.
Yep.
Does that sort of allow you to be more specific about what bats are in that complex, or again, it could be one of the three?
No, in some cases, well, yeah, the outputs of the manual checking are confirmation that it meets the characteristics of southern bent-winged bat, or confirmation that it's likely to be in the complex. The call wasn't clear enough to be attributed directly to southern bent-winged bat, but it's been attributed to the complex, or it could be attributed to another species that doesn't have those overlapping characteristics. So yeah. So that even with manual checking, you still can't always directly attribute a call to southern bent-winged bat.
Would the proportion of those species complex records, or the proportion of those that contain the southern bent-winged bat, sort of vary across the project area and with height?
Yeah, look, we didn't really do that level of breakdown of the data because we were taking the precautionary approach and treating them all as potential southern bent-winged bat calls. So that's yeah, that's probably something I'd have to look into further.
Yeah. Yeah, where I'm getting to is that you mentioned that the number of calls can't be used as a measure of absolute abundance across the site,
Yep.
but is an indication of relative abundance. To what extent would that sort of variation in the representation of the southern bent-winged bat within that species complex compromise, I guess, any assessment of that relative abundance across the site and at different heights?
Well, it really means that we're taking the precautionary approach, and that a proportion, an unknown proportion of those calls are not southern bent-winged bat. But yeah, we are taking the precautionary approach by assuming that they are part of that complex.
Yes, turn to Mr. Organ. Did you want to add anything to that?
I just, it's interesting when you go to the numbers. So yeah, it's a conservative assessment. And I had another look. So there was only 20 calls over a 12-month period, which could have been confidently identified to southern bent-winged bat. 290 calls were probable, and then the remainder are in that species complex. And based on my monitoring at other sites, you often get a large proportion of the species complex. There's a lot of them, the Vesperdalis and other species are lumped in. They're a lot more common. So there was 2,100 records of or detections of the 2,700. So it's good that the approach that was taken, which is consistent across other projects, is you use the whole data set, not only the confirmed records, but also the probable records as part of the analysis. And just confirming that that's how it's typically assessed.
Yeah. Right. I'll address this question to Mr. Organ, returning again to the independent peer reviewers comments. Again, she made some comments about the use of zero crossing recording rather than full spectrum. In Appendix E of the ES, Biosis explains the reasons for that choice, which, so as I understand it, relate primarily to data storage limitations, but also the availability of identification keys and reference calls. So, given those limitations, do you sort of agree with Biosis that was the appropriate method to use in this case?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. Yeah. So, look, we've touched on that. Well, we've discussed that document 174 on the comparison of the three sites. I think Mr. Organ, you've picked up the key point that look, yeah, we don't know the turbine heights. Yeah, there's a range of information we don't know about those to be able to do a comparison. You've also indicated a couple of times that you think the work that was done in this case was the most comprehensive, I think your words, most comprehensive studies for any proposed wind farm in Victoria. So are you then satisfied on that basis that some of the characteristics and the methodological perhaps constraints that survey effort limitations that perhaps might occur with other wind farms, that these have been addressed in this case?
Yes, most certainly. 12 months of monitoring with a large number of units on both on the ground and elevated. Typically, other projects you might have 5 or 10 units that are installed, and it might only be 1 or 2 anemometer towers where you have the ability to install one elevator. So my understanding is there was 4, I think, towers where you had that elevated detection. So it was very comprehensive and in the data capture. So we've got a really good data set to go through the impact assessment. And of just in terms of the table, the extrapolation of the estimates was 537.6 of a population of 63,000. So that's less than 1% of those three projects combined, which typically a significant impact is greater than 1% of the population overall.
Okay. Can I turn to the precautionary principle, which we've already had some discussion about that, which, as you know, applies where there's a lack of full scientific certainty and threats of serious or irreversible harm. Now, and I think Mr. Chesil has accepted that it does apply to certain species of concern in this case. So that threat of serious or irreversible harm, you could say, could potentially applies to the southern bent wingbat.
Is that the question?
Yeah. Would you see that the precautionary principle would be relevant in this case?
Yeah. So my conclusion on 46 of my evidence was in relation to significant impact on that species, and I said it's unlikely to be a significant impact on the EPBC Act if those mitigation measures proposed, i.e. the curtailment and the implementation of a BAMP plan that looks at adaptive management. Ultimately, there's been a lot of information that's come to light. I know there's been some uncertainty for other projects for this particular species, but given the information, so twofold information that was gathered as part of the biosis surveys, and then more recently with some of the publications and data that's come out through the department, it provides a high level of confidence of the impacts. But in terms of the precautionary principle, the elements of unknown really is the data set that for the flight heights and the paths. There was, like I said earlier, there was less than 100 individuals under both studies. There were some clear patterns of movement and height. It's mainly so the height data appears to be fairly robust in terms of the number of detections, but the flight direction, there may be a certain level of the population may pass through the site, which we know that through the data that biosis have prepared. So you can't look at those flight directions crudely because it's only a subset of the population moving through the landscape. So therefore, a precautionary principle or approach should be taken.
Yeah. There's a range of ways you can respond to that, and which goes from saying, well, based on the precautionary principle, we don't approve the project at all. Well, there's the proposal here is that there's a 4.5 metre per second cutting speed. The Southern Bent Wingbat Recovery Team argue that if the project was approved, it should be 7 metres per second. Now, there's a matter of, what's appropriate. And in this case, Mr. Chesil helpfully drew our attention to the Bob Brown Foundation judgment against the Minister for Environment in the Federal Court that said the measures should go no further than what is appropriate and necessary to achieve the relevant objective. So I guess the question here is, then are you satisfied that the proposed measures when the cutting speed of 4.5 and adaptive management, that they are appropriate and necessary in your expert opinion?
Yes, and I'll answer it really quickly because there's flexibility. The 4.5 cut-in speed is seen to be deficient or not appropriate. Then there's measures in place to alter that over time.
Yeah, thanks. Final question for Mr. Gibson. The BAMP applies for a staged increase in cutting speed if the trigger level of fatalities exceeded, which is 1, and that will apply for 12 months or for a period. It says based on empirical science and in consultation with DECA. If you take the 12 months as a default, if you've had a fatality, and so we apply a higher cutting speed for 12 months, what changes in 12 months' time that reduces the risk to what applied prior to that 12 months?
Well, there would be a range of studies done in response to that as well. At the same time, to try and inform what was happening there. You know, where the bat activity may be concentrated. I would expect there'd be increased monitoring of carcasses as well during that time. But yeah, I get your point. But I don't think ongoing permanent curtailment would necessarily be warranted. I think you would revert back to the original settings at some point, and then continue with the adaptive management. But yeah, the investigations that would be carried out would be trying to determine if the event was the response to something unique to that time or that particular location. But yeah, it's good. It's a good question. I think it just has to be done within that sort of adaptive management framework.
So you're basically trying to determine whether that was just an isolated event or whether.
Yeah, I think that's the key. That's the key thing. Yeah, was that in response to something that was of limited duration? It's not likely to happen again, or if it's an ongoing issue, such as like proximity of a population or something like that, then it might have to be revisited. Whether those default settings can be returned to or not.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The other thing too is that when you look at the flight path data, there was very little activity beyond, I think it was 20 or 30 kilometres from that maternity cave. So realistically, the curtailment may, at the 4.5, if it was increased to 7 or 6.5, if there's an event, it just needs to be adaptive. So that curtailment, it may be that it only occurs during the summer, autumn period. So not necessarily during the spring period where they're restricted to closer to the maternity cave. So again, that feeds in the adaptive management process. And I don't know whether there's an ability to curtail a certain number of, there are. There might be a certain section of the wind farm or a certain turbine or cluster of turbines that need to be have specific curtailment as opposed to others that have a lower risk based on the post-construction monitoring. So there's a range of levers and measures that can be, it doesn't have to apply holistically across the whole site over those 2 seasons for this particular species.
Right. Thanks, Member Kendall. No more questions.
Thank you. I just have a few follow-up questions, but before I do, given that we're nearly 1:10, I wanted to get a sense from the proponent if you're going to have many questions of re-examination.
No, I don't expect to. I've been taking notes, and what might be convenient is that you break whenever you break, and I'll just go through my notes over lunch, but I don't anticipate many at all.
Okay, thank you. I've only just got a few probably very quick questions, so I'll run through those and then we'll break for lunch. We will come back at 2, so we'll have a slightly shorter lunch break just to keep things moving. Should be able to wrap up bats fairly quickly after lunch and then move on to the next topic. So firstly, just my follow-up question from Member Wilkinson around the change to cutting speed if needed in the 12-month period, the work that you were just describing, Mr. Gibson, that would be done during that time frame to understand what happened and to determine other needed mitigation measures. Do you think that's adequately captured in the BAM plan?
In a general sense, but yeah, and I think that I'd have to look at it, but I think conducting investigations is mentioned in response to investigations, and those investigations would be determined in consultation with DECA. Yeah.
If there's something, if you do look at it over the break and you've got anything to add, please do. my next question is for both experts. So we've heard a little bit.
Member Kennard, sorry, the screen seems to be separately
thank you.
controlled.
Thank you for identifying that. Great. So we've heard about the potential of the threat potentially associated with climate change in relation to the bat, and certainly, Mr. Organ, you emphasised this in your evidence yesterday. I'm just wanting to know if you could very briefly run through what considerations you believe the IAC needs to turn its mind to in assessing the significance of the impact of the bat in the context of climate change.
That for me?
Yes, I'll start with you. Thank you.
I guess it's a critically endangered species that occurs in a small number of maternity caves. I think the 3 maternity caves. It is a subspecies. The 3 maternity caves are critical. I think I guess the key risk of climate change is that one or more of those caves might become unavailable, or probably the more likely thing that might happen is things like pup mortalities, and there was a record observed as part of the studies that have been going on down. I think it was at the Narracourt caves of large numbers of pup mortalities in caves, which were thought to be in response to potentially drought conditions.
In terms of considering the impacts of the project itself, though, are there any? So not to understand where you're going with the answer, but to be very specific about assessing the impacts of the project in that context. If there's anything that we should be turning our minds to.
I think it's already captured in the critically endangered status of the species primarily. Yeah. It's not an endangered species or a vulnerable species. It is critically endangered. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Organ.
It's an interesting question. I don't. Only that the fund that's proposed is directed to the highest value or highest impact. That mortality event occurred over a 2-month period in 2006. Now 500 deaths. So I don't know whether we can, and that was due to the drought at that time. But all I can, in terms of relevance for the project, is probably putting aside the operational mitigation measures and everything that are in place with the BAMP. It's more where that money will be directed, and there's a real opportunity to ensure that it's directed to the best, highest impactful action outlined in the recovery plan. So if there's some wording around ensuring that we safeguard this particular species through that avenue of funding, that's probably would be highly advantageous. I can't think of anything else specific to the project other than the mitigation measures and implementation of the BAMP.
Thank you. My next question relates to other wind farms that are either proposed or approved in pine plantations. And to the extent that you're aware of, is there anything that can be learned and applied at Kentbruck in terms of the bat mortality detection and how that's addressed in the BAM plan? If you're familiar with them, if you're not familiar with them, we can move on.
My understanding is there's one other in the planning stage in Victoria in pine plantation, but there are others in Europe. We did reach out to some of those projects during the course of the development of the study. Not a lot came of that. I think in some cases there was monitoring, bat monitoring and microbat issues over there as well. So there are some potential learnings from there, but I don't specifically have anything. I think yeah. Look, as stated earlier, I don't see the plantation issue and detectability as being a major problem.
Thank you.
Of
Anything
course.
to add, Mr. Organ?
No.
Thank you. My final question is just for clarification. Yesterday, when Mr. Tobin took you to questions that related to, or maybe it was this morning, the federal government guidance and the action plan for the Southern Bentwin bat, and there was some commentary between both experts about more recent conservation advice being issued. And Mr. Gibson, I think you mentioned the action plan is a little outdated. So I was just asking for clarification on what you were referring to.
Yeah, no, I think the most recent, the conservation advice was updated a couple of years ago, and I think that is the most up-to-date expression, if you like, of the recovery team's thinking. I'd have to check the dates, but I believe the recovery plan itself predates the conservation advice.
So the reference to the action plan was actually the recovery plan, is that correct?
I think that's what, Mr. Tobin took me to. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But it's still, specifically he was pointing out that collision with wind farms is identified as a threat,
Yeah.
and that's still the case in the conservation advice.
Conservation advice.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So unless there's anything to add, Mr. Organ, we might.
No, that's fine. So the conservation advice, which has been provided, is 14th of the 6th, 2021, and the recovery plan is dated 2020. I'm pretty sure. If you just bear with me, hang on.
Thank you.
Yeah, 2020. Yep.
Thank you. No further questions from the IAC, so I'm happy to break now. Mr. Chessel, I can see you're heavily ready to speak.
Only to say that the document that was just referenced to the conservation advice is document 262, so that is before you.
Great, thank you very much.
And the recovery plan, I'm told, is 259.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just give me one moment. Excellent, thank you. So we'll come back at 2:00, hear any questions of re-examination, and then move into Brolga and Bittern. Thank you. We'll see everybody shortly. Just to help on. I'll show you. I'll just check that member Joyner is with us. I'm sure he will be before we continue.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, all good. Just didn't want to start without you. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So we are going to move into questions of re-examination for
Yes.
the proponent.
And what you may have anticipated, because Mr Gibson has gone and Mr Van Oster is in his place, is that we have no questions of re-examination. So we're proposing to move to the next part of our case, which concerns Bittern and Brolga in particular. But before I do that, there are three relatively brief matters that I'd like to address. The first is a query that was raised during the cross-examination that was just completed by Mr Cumming concerning the rated cut-in speed. That is the anticipated rated cut-in speed of the turbines that would comprise the wind farm. You recall that was in the series of propositions about somehow rendering the BAMP redundant or of no force or effect. My instructions are that the anticipated rated cut-in speed is 3 metres per second, as reported within the documentation. The second matter concerns document 293. That was a document that was filed by Mr Cumming. It is a Word document with an extract of the abstract of the paper prepared by Bennett et al. And we thought it would be appropriate for a full copy of that paper to be put before the committee, so we'll file that in due course.
Thank you.
The third matter is a matter that you asked me to address briefly during the cross-examination concerning the approach that the applicant has taken in respect of the relevance of technologies. And I just wanted to again address that matter so that there's no uncertainty about our position. As we explained yesterday, one of the requirements that would apply to the project were it to be approved is the requirements in the relevant mitigation measure concerning the BAMP. And document 279, not 279, document 223 is the technical note number 16, which concerns technology for monitoring, detection and curtailment. And I suppose just to clarify our position once again, that mitigation measure would require a series of things. It would require an investigation of technologies available for monitoring, detection and curtailment. And then it would require, as part of the BAMP, that if appropriate, having regard to the potential benefits of the technologies relative to certain other things, the utilisation of that type of technology for the purposes of monitoring, detection and or curtailment, and furthermore a plan for further ongoing monitoring which may utilise the technology. And so that the committee is quite right that the attachments to that technical note, the identified attachment that I walked you through briefly yesterday, and the complementary report from DHI Muse are examples of those types of technologies that exist now. And of course, over the period that would exist post-approval and prior to commissioning, that is, were this project to be approved, it may well be that those technologies evolve and develop further, and indeed over the life of the facility. And so the reason why we provided you with those examples is because they will assist the committee evaluate the potential benefits of technologies of that type should they be implemented in accordance with the protocol set out within the relevant mitigation measure. And to be clear, it is our case that they're relevant in that regard. That is, they're relevant in informing the assessment by the committee of the potential benefits that this type of technology could play. And so we wanted to make that clear because in our submission, it is relevant to consider the substance of the memoranda as they provide examples of how the technology may assist in monitoring, detection and curtailment over time. No doubt well, I hope that's clear based on the submissions we've made, but I just wanted to clarify that in advance of this evidence because really it's in respect of the topics that we're now turning to that at least at present, this type of technology is most relevant. Is that clear?
Yes, thank you. That's clear.
What I propose to do now then is turn to the evidence in respect.
Before you do, actually, I will I'd like to just talk briefly about how we'll run things this afternoon and Monday, just to be clear for parties in terms of the expectations around cross-examination or evidence cross-examination, and if we do need to make any timetable changes. So before we do, I just need to confirm that the parties who will be asking questions this afternoon, either relating to Brolga or Bitton, are here. So I know we've obviously got Mr. Tobin here. I think Mr. Cumming is with us still. Great, thank you. I can see you have your hand up. There's also another hand up under the name Kentbruck. If you're able to identify yourself, please.
Warwick Biggs.
Warwick Biggs, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you.
And Mr. Cumming, and Ms. Dennis, could I confirm whether you are both asking questions?
Yep.
Yes, we are.
And
Evelyn Lenaham is also asking questions, but I believe she's on the phone to your technical people trying to do a screen share at the moment.
Okay, thank you. I can see that she is with us, Ms. Lenaham. You've put your hand up, so that's great. Thank you very much. And Mr. Cumming, just to clarify for you and Ms. Dennis, are you proposing to ask questions about just Brolga or also Bitton?
Brolga, Bitton and migratory bird, if we get that far.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify with Dika, it's Bitton, questions about Bitton. Thank you. Couple of minutes. Thank you. Lovely. I think have I missed anybody? No, that's good. Mr. Cumming, I just like to clarify with you in terms of planning the next couple of days. You've advised that it's we really need to conclude, or that you'll need to conclude on your participation on Monday in relation to these matters.
Yes, that would be preferable. And also, Susan Dennis has a medical appointment, I believe, as well at some stage. So she's only available Monday morning.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you. So we'll do our best to move through things as quickly as we can. So I think we've got a bit of a handle now on who will be asking questions about what. We've got a day and a half at this stage timetable to continue to talk about biodiversity matters, ecology matters, and particularly the fauna. I'm just going to suggest to keep us moving and to ideally stick to the timetable if we can, so to not have to bump the experts from Tuesday, to look to present the evidence in chief as briefly as possible. So to provide us with a summary, we have read the evidence, so we're happy for the experts to provide a high-level overview and to try to keep that a little bit briefer. Possibly, and obviously, Mr. Chesser, you'll have to clarify for us, but if there's some submissions that you can make on the other side of the evidence cross-examination, I invite you to consider whether that might help as well to keep to the timetable, particularly in light of the parties' availability.
Yes, I just didn't follow that last point, sorry. If there
are general submissions that you can present on the other side of the evidence rather than on this side.
No, that's clear.
I invite you to have a think about whether that works for you.
Yep.
And they're probably the main things. I think that ideally, we'll be able to get through the balance of the ecology evidence still by Monday. If there's a need to take it over into Tuesday morning, the suggestion that you made earlier, Mr. Chesler, about moving one or both experts is an option. But maybe we'll confirm that on Monday, depending on how we travel through today. The final thing I wanted to mention is we can sit today till about 4:45. I'd like to just check whether that's an option for people if we need to go over slightly today.
4:45 would be okay. I do have a commitment at 5.
5, okay. So I'm happy to rise at 4:30 still if that's preferable. It looks like it might be, actually. I can see Mr. Organ also nodding his head. So we'll aim for 4:30 today. If we need to, we can start earlier on Monday. So the ISC would be happy with the 9 a.m. start on Monday if that is acceptable to parties. So we can confirm that at the end of the day if there's anything you need to check. But if that helps us keep on track, the IAC is happy with that approach. And they're probably the main things I wanted to say. I think, Mr. Gibson, you're joining us later or again on Monday?
Yes, he is.
Yes, so
Yeah.
thank you for your evidence so far. And I know that you're still here, but welcome to Mr. Van Oster as well. Thank you. So I'll hand back to you, Mr. Chessel.
Thank you. In the spirit of keeping things moving, I'll simply identify that document 256 is our opening submissions in respect of the Bittern and the Brolga. I'm happy just to table that and we'll just go straight to the evidence. I think that's the preferable course. I would make the following observations. Obviously, we're dealing with Appendix D, principally, of the Environment Effects Statement. What I would note, though, is that at Appendix C, at PDF page 1137, is the peer review completed by Mr. Loyne in respect of the Brolga. So I did just want to make sure that the committee had located that document. It perhaps more logically would have formed part of Appendix D, but it was appended to Appendix C. And the relevant PDF page number is 1137. That is the peer review of the Brolga assessment that was undertaken by that expert who was appointed by the department. And as we'll come back to in submissions that we'll make, as you said, Madam Chair, we'll do that at the end of the evidence. It forms part of what is now a suite of peer reviews that have been completed in respect of this work, and that in our submission demonstrates its comprehensive nature, the extent to which it is based on the best available science, and its proper response to the interim guidelines, particularly as they concern the assessment of impacts on Brolga. What I'll do, Member Kendall, if it's convenient, is move to introduce Mr. Van Oster in the formal sense, and then invite Mr. Van Oster to work through his slide presentation, which is the summary presentation about the approach that was taken and the results that were reached. Given the number of queries that have been raised throughout this process about the assessment process and particular steps that were taken and why it was that particular approaches were adopted at various levels of the assessment, we had asked Mr. Van Oster to step that through in a reasonable amount of detail. If you'd like Mr. Van Oster to proceed more quickly, we're more than happy to have direction from you in that regard. But I recommend we see how we go, and if you'd like us to expedite things, we can no doubt do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, Mr. Van Oster, have you got your camera on?
I do.
And do you have your microphone on?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, Mr. Van Oster, I'll start by asking you to please state your full name.
Mark Howell Van Oster.
And what role do you hold at Biosis?
Principal zoologist.
And from where do you conduct your practice?
38 Birdie Street, Port Melbourne.
Now, you've prepared a witness statement for the purposes of this environmental effects assessment process. That is document number 67 in the table document list.
Yes.
Do you set out your qualifications and professional experience at section 2 of that report, which is at PDF page 7?
Yes.
And can you please briefly describe your relevant qualifications and expertise as they concern the evidence that you give today?
Yes. I have a Bachelor of Science and a Bachelor of Science Honours in Conservation Ecology. I've been an environmental consultant for nearly 25 years, and I have worked on a number of wind energy projects and other large-scale projects of state significance.
Do you have any modifications or corrections that you'd like to make to your written report?
No.
Are the matters of fact contained therein true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And are the matters of opinion that you express in that report opinions that you genuinely hold?
Yes.
Can I ask you to next please describe the role that you played in the preparation of the environmental effects assessment statement?
Yes. I was involved in the Brolga assessment both doing field work and assisting, providing expertise. The Australasian bitten field work that we undertook. And I also helped with reporting for Australasian bitten, worked on shorebirds, gulls and terns in terms of site field survey, as well as reporting, and other threatened wetland birds and the Glenelg Estuary and Discovery Bay Ramsar site assessment that we conducted.
Thank you. And at section 3.4 of your report, which is on PDF page 9, do you set out the work that you've completed and the updates that you've incorporated since completing the work on the advertised EES?
Yes.
And is that an accurate record of those matters?
It is.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Van Oster, did you also prepare a document in response to a number of requests for further information made by the IAC?
I did.
And for those keeping record, it's document number 150. Can I ask, please, whether you have any corrections or modifications that you would make to the matters recorded within the RFI response, which is a response dated the 22nd of May 2025?
No changes.
Do you adopt it then as a record of your evidence in respect of those matters?
I do.
Thank you. You prepared a slide presentation to assist in the giving of your evidence today. That's document number 264. I'd invite you, Mr. Van Oster, to please share your screen, and we'll work through that presentation, noting the committee's direction to do so efficiently. I think we can safely skip over that slide once you've got your screen.
Yeah, just getting rid of something here. To start with some background to the Brolga assessment that we undertook. It was undertaken to meet the objectives of the Brolga guidelines, Brolga interim guidelines, which state individual wind farms have at a minimum a zero net impact on the Victorian Brolga population, and to manage the cumulative impact of multiple wind farms so that there's no net effect, or ideally a positive effect can be achieved for the population. The guidelines focus on protection of breeding and flocking sites, which is to be achieved by establishing turbine-free areas around all potential Brolga nesting sites sufficient to have no significant impact on the likelihood of successful reproduction. And at breeding or flocking sites, turbine-free buffers should be designed to exclude any significant impact on the survivorship of Brolgas whilst occupying that flocking site. Some more background. The guidelines also define breeding as the nest of a Brolga breeding pair and the perimeter of the surrounding wetland, and wetlands with previous records of Brolga nests from any relevant information source. And the guidelines also define a breeding site as wetlands known to be define flocking sites as wetlands known to be used by a Brolga flock for nocturnal roosting. Specifically, a flock roost site should meet the criteria listed in Sheldon 2004. And those criteria are more than 1 year of recording, which is to identify traditional or regularly used sites, one or more records of counts equal to or greater than 10 birds, and that's to identify often used or traditional sites, and recorded in more than 1 month, and that's to identify sites used traditionally for the majority of the flocking season. In terms of the nature of our assessment, we followed the level 1 to 3 tiered requirements of the Brolga guidelines. The level 1 assessment was triggered due to a presence of Brolga records and habitat. The level 1 assessment we undertook included a desktop assessment out to 10 kilometres doing database searches, and we established that there were Brolga records present in that search area. We did an initial field inspection 9th to the 11th of October in 2018, and established that Brolga were present and that suitable breeding sites were observed. And we undertook stakeholder and community consultation throughout the life of the project. And initially, we had no additional Brolga records. As it relates to community consultation, the interim guidelines provide for utilisation of a wide range of different methodologies in undertaking level 1 and level 2 assessments. The interim guidelines state that level 1 assessments should be carried out using a combination of desktop data review, field studies and consultation with local residents, representatives of local environment agencies and community groups in order to identify all known and potential Brolga habitats within the radius of investigation, to develop a comprehensive understanding of all Brolga sightings within the radius of investigation, and to estimate the likelihood and extent of Brolga use of the radius of investigation, including past use. And so in reference to that community consultation, it was undertaken initially by NEON to capture wider knowledge from the local area. NEON conducted community sessions in towns within a 10-kilometre radius of the investigation area, including at Nelson, Mount Richmond, Portland and Haywood, and these represent the major communities around the project. NEON also made the existing conditions report public and received submissions on that report, and that included local Brolga observations. GPS tracking from the Veltime 2018 thesis covers the southwest Victorian region, and that data has additionally informed identification of flocking sites. The level 2 biosis field assessment and ongoing community consultation, which included consultation with a local ornithologist, identified previously unknown breeding wetlands and a breeding wetlands and a non-breeding wetland. The level 1 and subsequent level 2 community consultation is comprehensive and meets the criteria and objectives outlined in the interim guidelines, which, as I said before, is to reduce the likelihood of overlooking breeding and flocking wetlands and areas. That requirement was discussed as part of the EES process, and DECA acknowledged that we had followed the requirements of the interim guidelines. In terms of the level 2 assessment we undertook, that was triggered due to the presence of breeding records and observations. And this just runs quickly through the types of surveys we undertook. So we did roaming surveys, aerial surveys, flight behaviour studies, which were mainly bird utilisation surveys. We did 418 point counts throughout that survey, targeted flocking season surveys, remote nest camera survey, and a wetland habitat assessment and field assessment of private properties. The interim guidelines state that a level 2 assessment seeks to provide a comprehensive record of the location, nature and extent of Brolga habitats within the wind farm radius of investigation. A range of survey techniques are recommended and have been included in the methods we employed for the level 2 assessment, as I've just described.
I just have a couple of questions at this point. When one reviews the submissions, a number of criticisms are raised in respect of aspects of your level 1 and 2 assessments. And one of the things that's said is that your level 1 and 2 assessments don't properly respond to the guidance in the guidelines, and in particular the methodologies called up in respect of level 1 and level 2 assessments. What do you say about your choice of methodologies?
We know from the literature that Brolga use traditional flocking sites, and these are well documented, and there's now flocking sites published in the recent DECA handbook, and it was previously available from DECA as well as a mapping layer. Flocking sites were also listed in the Sheldon flocking thesis, and GPS tracking data has also more recently confirmed and informed the location of flocking areas. We had no database records of a flocking site existing within 10 kilometres of the project area. So in that regard, our focus shifted pretty quickly to assessing habitats at level 2 within 5 kilometres of the project area due to the default 3.2 kilometre breeding buffer and 5 kilometre flocking site buffer requirements. And we had established through field survey and consultation with landowners that Brolga were present within and adjacent to the project area.
Just in that regard, a related criticism seems to be the more intensive investigations that you undertook within the narrower area within the 10 kilometre radius of investigation. Can you explain why it is you adopted that approach in this case?
To focus in on the project area where we had recorded several Brolgas breeding and also noted Brolga use of other areas.
If the purpose of the level 1 and 2 assessments is in part to ensure a proper understanding of suitable habitat and Brolga behaviour within the relevant area, how confident are you that the work you've done allows that to have been properly assessed?
Very confident.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Look, consultation continued throughout the project, as I highlighted earlier, with a local ornithologist, and that identified further breeding wetlands for us. And additionally, Deakin noted during the EES that additional records were brought to the project's attention because of that ongoing community consultation. So in terms of key findings, and I'll keep trying to move through this quickly, level 1 assessment implications were that the radius of investigation contained 24 Brolga occurrence records. 4 of those were of breeding, and we got no additional records from the initial community consultation. The level 2 assessment was triggered due to breeding records in the radius of investigation. All further work undertaken from 2018 met the level 2 requirements to identify breeding and flocking sites within 5 kilometres. No flocking sites were identified, and I'll elaborate on Oxbow Lake in a second. We identified 16 breeding pair locations identified within 3 kilometres of the project area, and I'll show a figure series quickly on that. And that included locations that were provided to us from community consultation. And we identified movement corridors and a non-flock roost site was identified. I'll just note Oxbow Lake has been raised by submission 130 to the IAC in regards to the Sheldon flocking database, and that submitters noted Oxbow Lake is included in the Sheldon flocking database as site ID 117. The locations ascribed to flocking database ID 1003 and 1060 in Table 5 of EES Appendix D are also noted as being from a wetland named Oxbow Lake. All 3 references also have the same latitude and longitude ascribed to them. And the Microsoft Excel spreadsheet that Biosis has of the Sheldon flocking database has blank entries in the record count column for Oxbow Lake. Flocking database ID 1003 and 1060 in Table 5 of EES Appendix D do not meet all 3 flocking site criteria required by the interim guidelines of more than 1 year of recording, 1 or more records of counts equal to or greater than 10 birds, and having been recorded in more than 1 month. The Sheldon 2004 thesis also notes that not all sites recorded in the database were flocking sites. Many were just locations where Brolga had been recorded during the flocking season. All flocking season records were entered in an attempt not to bias the definition of a flocking site. So it did not meet the criteria of a flocking site. Oxbow Lake is also 5 kilometres from the nearest proposed turbine. And the Sheldon thesis and DECA 2025 guidelines does not include any flocking sites locally. I'll just quickly look at this. This is series of 3 figures showing Brolga breeding records within 10 kilometres of the project area. You can see with in Long Swamp. Can people see my mouse there? Yep. These records 1, 2, and 3. So these are numbered 1 to 16, which is the number I've mentioned before for breeding records. These are assumed Brolga breeding sites within Long Swamp. The concept there being that we did record Brolga activity in Long Swamp. We didn't get breeding activity, but we did see Brolgas use that area frequently and determined that it's highly likely to be breeding habitat. You can see there's different record sources ascribed to the different records. This figure, you can see this area of the project area, which I refer to as Gore West, as the report does as well. There's a number of Brolga breeding sites within here in an area that would once have been part of Kentbruck Heath. So it's like a wet heath environment, and it's been now cleared as pasture. And that landowner alerted us quite early in the project to the fact that they had Brolgas on that property, and then us subsequently visiting that site established that they were breeding there. You can see up here, number 7 is a community landowner record of a breeding site, which we ascribed. And this is at the eastern end at Haywood, at the eastern end of the grid connection, where the power line is now underground. You can see here there's a large number of community consultation breeding records through here, as well as some from the VBA. And yeah, there's a couple here that are actually from our aerial survey as well. So more key findings. This is from the level 3 assessment that was triggered due to breeding records in the radius of investigation. Site-specific breeding buffers were applied using field data from our surveys and knowledge and principles of breeding home ranges from Veltheim et al. 2019, as well as knowledge of adult movements between roosting and foraging habitat that comes from a subsequent paper, Veltheim 2022. Proposed buffer methods applied received in principle support from DECA for using the latest science and information on Brolga breeding ecology. DECA Barwon Southwest indicated that the site-specific buffers proposed for the project appeared to respond well to the objectives described in the Brolga guidelines. And just to quickly describe, our buffers essentially were 600 metre with a 300 metre buffer applied to identified breeding sites. And then a 600 metre and 300 metre buffer is applied to all other suitable breeding wetlands within 2 kilometres of the above identified breeding sites. And then a concave hull, which I'll show in a figure, is applied around the buffered wetlands, and that's to identify the likely breeding home range that's then buffered. The interim guidelines require that proponents avoid or mitigate all potential impacts to Brolga breeding home ranges within the radius of investigation, with turbine-free buffer areas at a default 3.2 kilometre radius around the breeding wetland, unless another adequate buffer size is proposed and agreed upon. The general recommendation in the guidelines for proposing site-specific buffers is to collect site-based data on the location of breeding pairs, their nesting wetlands and chicks. Constraints and challenges with the collection of site-based data for breeding Brolgas documented in Veltheim et al. 2019, and the linear layout of the breeding sites at Gore West provided some challenges with us, or the Brolgas basically experiencing physical disturbance while they were breeding as we tried to move through the site. GPS tracking of unfledged Brolga chicks published in Veltheim et al. 2019 collected data at a number of breeding territories in southwest Victoria and has greatly improved our knowledge of habitat requirements and the home range of breeding Brolgas. And a decision was subsequently made not to collect further data on the breeding pairs at Gorey West in 2021 and instead use the collected site-based data and nest locations of these breeding pairs and apply the knowledge of Brolga movement patterns at breeding sites, breeding home ranges and adult movement to derive the turbine-free buffer areas based on Veltheim et al. 2019 and 22. Just another slide on buffer design. Suitable nesting and foraging wetlands and foraging habitat within a 2 kilometre radius of known, assumed and suitable nesting sites incorporate the majority of habitat used by chicks and breeding adults based on recent findings from the research I've been referencing. This 2 kilometre radius is based on data from Veltheim et al. 2019 showing the majority of chick foraging movements at breeding sites were within 500 metres of wetland night roosts, with chicks occasionally moving up to 2 kilometres to and from night roost wetlands to surrounding wetlands. The adult rooster foraging movement data from Veltheim et al. 2022 indicates that a 2 kilometre radius is also highly likely to contain the majority of flight and walking activity. The buffers are designed to protect 3 key habitat areas related to pre-fledging movements. So it's the wetland used for the nest, egg incubation and night roost, the non-wetland areas around the breeding wetlands used for foraging, and the non-wetland areas used as movement corridors between nesting and night roost wetlands and non-wetland foraging areas. And this buffer design aligns with the buffer approach, which has now been included in the recently published handbook for the development of renewable energy in Victoria, DECA document.
Just before we move off from that slide, another matter that's raised in a number of the submissions concerns the application of these site-specific buffers as opposed to the default buffers. Can you, to the extent that there's anything you'd add to the explanation you've already given, can you explain why it is you adopted that approach here?
Yes, it provides a conservative approach to buffering breeding sites, particularly where breeding Brolga are making use of other wetland and foraging roosting resources adjacent to their breeding wetland. Having the knowledge that it is important to also buffer other suitable wetlands that may be within 2 kilometres is an important concept in ensuring successful breeding can occur. I have experience in developing breeding buffers that have been in the range of 1 kilometre, but those did not include buffering of other suitable wetlands within 2 kilometres, and I'm not aware of other approaches that adopt this conservative approach to breeding buffers and movement corridors.
Just explain that to me. So what is it that you're not aware of having been adopted previously?
The buffers of the size that we're proposing here.
I see. And is that in respect of the identification of the wetlands within 2 kilometres of the known breeding?
Yes.
Yeah, I see. I understand.
Yes.
And what do you say in respect of the quality of the information or the robustness of the approach in respect of the identification of these site-specific measures?
The interim guidelines allow for site-specific buffers to be developed, and in this case, the most recent published science underpins the proposed buffers.
And what is that science, just to be clear?
It's the Veltheim work that's occurred through her thesis and then subsequent publications.
Yes, thank you.
Biosis hasn't carried out the research to develop these buffers. They're based on published science. Applying these buffers to this project has removed turbines from a Brolga breeding area where multiple pairs are breeding. It's protected a movement corridor and taken a precautionary approach to buffering a large wetland complex that's likely to be used for Brolga, by Brolga for breeding. DECA indicated during the EES that the site-specific buffers proposed for this project appear to respond well to the objectives described in the interim guidelines, and the DECA submission 189 to the ISC supports the applied site-specific methodology informed by current scientific knowledge. Just these three figures are just showing the, again, the breeding sites, but with the turbine-free buffers. So you can see the buffer that's been applied to Long Swamp is the long linear buffer in purple there, in pink. That's at the eastern end of the buffer around the wetlands in Long Swamp. The Gorey West property, you can see the original project area, or project area here, which no longer has turbines within it, and those breeding sites that we identified through here. You can see that concept of what I'll call nested buffers, turbine-free buffers, which probably the best one to show the concept of, I talked about a concave hull earlier. It's basically a line drawn from the buffer that's around this wetland here, and it's drawn across from the edge to the edge. So that then creates a buffer that's a little bit larger, incorporates habitat that brolgas might use for moving between these areas. There are 4 movement corridors on this figure as well. So there's a small movement corridor up here because this pair were known to move across a road through here. There's also another movement corridor down here. The local landowner had mentioned that there was movement, and we saw brolgas using that road for movement with chicks at one point. And there's also this east-west corridor, and that was based on information that we were provided by the landowner at Gorey West. Those movement corridors there are all obviously now outside of the area of influence from the turbine layout. And this one along the Portland Nelson Road was to allow for movement that we had from this wetland complex. We had birds move down to Swan Lake, and there is a specific buffer that's been applied to Swan Lake down here because that site, we recorded brolgas, a family of brolgas that were roosting there overnight and then moving back to this area. And again, this is at the eastern end of the site. Again, you can see the numbered breeding sites and nested buffer approach again. And yeah, the power line here, as I think I said earlier, is now underground through these buffers. So, I mean, that's still relevant to construction activity, but yeah, it's not an above ground power line as it originally was proposed. So the level 3 assessment, just in summary, there was 4 steps. Buffers were applied, as I've noted. Collision risk modelling was undertaken to account for residual flights outside of turbine-free buffers. A PVA, a population viability analysis, which is brolga specific, was run with input from the collision risk modelling results. And then we've outlined a brolga compensation plan, which would aim to achieve zero net impact on the population. And that occurs through protection and enhancement of breeding sites to enhance breeding success and to increase the number of fledged chicks recruiting into the population. And it can also be achieved through measures like reducing mortalities from power line collisions. Just a little bit more on those findings. So from the collision risk modelling, the CRM projects that an average of approximately one Brolga may collide with the combined project turbine array every 4 to 5 years. That collision risk model is a peer-reviewed model that is run by Biosis. It was published in 2013, and the Brolga guidelines state that if CRM is going to be carried out, it needs to be carried out with a peer-reviewed collision risk model. The result of that collision risk model then is fed into a population viability analysis that is run by the University of Melbourne. That PVA concluded that the proposed level of Brolga mortality could be fully offset by enhancing recruitment by one juvenile every 2 years. And in that regard, the Brolga compensation plan is put in place to ensure that residual impacts to Brolga associated with the project are offset in accordance with the interim guidelines, and it then has to act on the outputs of that PVA.
Just before you move on to the next topic, a couple of questions on this slide. Again, a focus of submissions, and indeed it seems material that's been submitted more recently, concerns the collision risk modelling that you've completed. What do you say about the robustness of the approach that you've adopted here?
Look, bird utilisation studies for the project obtained a small number of timed observations of Brolgas. It's, as is usual for the species, the majority of records were of birds walking. We had 10 records obtained of Brolgas in flight. That's not unusual for Brolga, who do spend a lot of their time walking, and much of that movement when their breeding is contained within 2 kilometres as they're tied to their chicks. Observations were made of Brolga flights during other surveys investigating flocking and breeding activity. These surveys provided useful information on Brolga in the project area, but due to the infrequency of flights, those surveys were not collecting quantified flight data, which is what we're gathering when we're doing a bird utilisation survey. So that data is not sufficient to use in a collision risk model. The number of observations of Brolga flights is not considered sufficient to provide that representative sample for an entire annual cycle of Brolga flight activity, and for that reason, modelling is undertaken using informed assumptions for Brolga activities. A low number of Brolga flight observations and the consequent use of informed assumptions has been a routine approach for collision risk assessment for this species for other wind energy assessments in Victoria. Other wind energy proposals have undertaken CRM using scenarios which are based on published and authoritative unpublished information about the biology of the southwest Victorian population and observations at the project site and adjacent area. I've already discussed about the peer-reviewed model. Look, a number of conservative assumptions are involved in that collision risk modelling. I'll just note a few of them quickly. So the flights are modelled separately for the breeding and non-breeding season. We use a length of 1.96 metres for a Brolga, which is measured from museum specimens. A mean flight speed of 57.7 kilometres an hour, and that's come from published information on Brolga. We assume 70% of all Brolga flights that might interact with the turbine will be within rotor swept height, while 30% of Brolga flights will be below that height. We assume all turbines present a risk to all Brolgas that are present. For this project, it included 7 breeding pairs with juveniles from the 7 breeding sites that were within 3.2 kilometres. Half of the birds modelled as present during an average breeding season will remain in the vicinity throughout each non-breeding season. We use 3 avoidance rates to come up with 3 different collision risk scenario results. The CRM and PVA approaches also meet the requirements of the interim guideline. Have applied a rigorous approach to analysing that data.
The last matter on Brolga that I wanted to raise with you concerns, again, material that's been submitted relatively recently. And what is your view about the potential for displacement or avoidance by Brolga to occur as a consequence of this wind farm? And to what extent does the analysis you've undertaken address that?
Avoidance and displacement are unlikely to be significant effects, due to the project's avoidance of Brolga habitat and the placement of turbine-free buffers. Significant effort has gone into revising and reducing the turbine layout in response to avoiding Brolga breeding habitat. And by adhering to the intent of the interim Brolga guidelines, the project has followed steps to ensure that displacement and avoidance effects are considered and mitigated.
And cumulative impacts is something that's also raised. What's your view about the potential for this proposal to give rise to cumulative impacts of the type that's relevant?
Yep. So one of the purposes of the interim guidelines is to avoid cumulative impacts on Brolga. And if all wind energy facilities could achieve a zero net impact on Brolga by implementing measures such as those proposed for this project, there will not be a cumulative impact on Brolgas.
Okay, thank you. I think Biturn's the next topic.
So Australasian Bittern, the assessments documented in EES Appendix C. My involvement included field survey and co-authoring of the reporting. For the assessment we undertook for Australasian Bittern, we did a background database search to inform understanding of local existing records. From that, we know the species is known from Long Swamp and other coastal wetland habitats regionally and within wetlands on private land. And within Kabobony National Park and Lower Glenelg National Park. It's known to be resident year-round in the Portland area and in Long Swamp. It's also known to make long-distance movements, dispersing as juveniles from inland to coastal areas. And surveys were undertaken following the established and published methods in suitable habitat across 2018, 19 and 2020. In terms of key findings for Australasian Bittern, we had them recorded in our assessments in Lake Monbiong and adjacent other wetland habitat. I'll show that figure in a second. Private property in Gorey West, and we applied significant turbine-free buffers to that Gorey West property, as I described earlier, for Brolga, and that removes collision risk in an area where the species was known from, and we actually observed one in flight as well. Buffers have been applied that extend up to 900 metres into the project area from Long Swamp for much of its length, again due to Brolga breeding buffers, but there's also buffers from public land and Ramsar buffers applied in that area. And the pine plantation does not support suitable habitat for Australasian Bittern, which is another major factor in avoiding impacts to that species. Regular daily foraging activities likely to be concentrated within and close to the wetland where the bird is residing. So in terms of our records from databases and our survey records, which are both shown here, I mentioned records in Long Swamp, which are just there. There's previous VBA record from similar location there. And yeah, we had two Australasian Bittern records there. And there was also one seen, which in this inset figure here that Australasian bittern made a small several hundred metre flight at about 5 to 15 metres sort of height. When we were doing work on that, that's the Gorey West property where we were frequently doing Brolga observations. And you can see that there are scattered Australasian bittern records through this region with concentration of them along Long Swamp, which is known habitat for Australasian bittern, and it's significant for them. So in terms of key findings for the impact assessment, we determined that residual risk remains for Australasian bittern from flights associated with dispersal to and from the region in spring and autumn. Local flights are unlikely to expose individuals to collision risk due to lower flight heights and turbine placement away from suitable wetland habitats. Longer distance flights can be associated with flying at greater heights. However, such flights are infrequent compared to the local and daily movements of the species. Using the precautionary principle, we determined that there's some potential for significant impacts to the population over the life of the project and also to ongoing recovery efforts. In terms of mitigation findings, the mitigation hierarchy applied for this species was followed by firstly avoiding habitat and then minimising potential for indirect impacts by applying significant buffers to known wetland habitats which provide suitable and occupied habitat for Australasian bittern. The updated draft BAMP includes adaptive measures to address residual impacts to this species. A draft Australasian bittern offset strategy has been recently prepared by Biosis for the project, with focus on restoration of former or marginal wetland habitats and implementation of management and protective measures specifically to benefit the species. Work has recently been completed by Biosis assessing sites for Australasian bittern offset suitability. And any pre-commissioning period should be used to fully explore and evaluate methods which may have applicability for mitigation for the project, and any such collision mitigation technologies proven to be effective should then be considered for inclusion in the BAMP. Thank you.
Nothing further on those two species. What I'd like to do, Member Kendall, is move now to Mr. Organ's evidence in respect of those species. There might be a couple of catch-all questions I asked at the end, but I think that's the most efficient way forward. So, Mr. Organ, can you please explain to the committee the basis of your assessment, first in respect of Brolga and then in respect of the bittern? Would you like the committee to have access to your written report?
Yes, page number 81.
Document 84, page 81. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, page 80.
Page 80, yes.
I'll try and make it brief, given the time. So I won't go through each page. I'll just pick out the main points of agreement and points that we or that may not have been highlighted as much or commented on by Mr. Van Oster. A couple of recent things. So the population estimate in the Biosis report was correct at the time. There was a discussion or mention yesterday that an updated population estimate for Brolga in the state has been updated recently. That's available on the SWIFT website. So there were two counts, February the 15th, and then secondly, there was another survey across Victoria in the flocking sites, and the upper limiting number of the population's at 856 based on those surveys. So in my evidence on page 80, table 5, I've indicated the estimated population size in Victoria at 836, but that's increased marginally based on the most recent monitoring. It doesn't have any material impact on the assessment or conclusions reached in the impact assessment for the project. that Mr. Van Oster's gone through. I won't go through the methods. I agree with the methods that have been applied strictly to the guidelines. It's quite a good way that it sets out the various risk levels. So the buffering and the survey effort was undertaken in accordance with the interim guidelines, which we touched on earlier. I've interrogated the VBA since, and it's relevant to the discussion on the other species that I mentioned yesterday, so the flora species and other fauna species. So on page number of my evidence, page number 26 and 27, I've just provided additional information with respect to the number of records in the local area for Brolga. So on table 2, page 26, there are an additional 20 records within 10 kilometres of the site and another 18 records within 20 kilometres of the site. Those records are outlined in my evidence on the various figures, and they are from locations that had already had Brolga recorded. I'm not too sure whether some of that data was actually the data from the survey work that Biosis undertook. I didn't interrogate that further, but certainly there's always going to be a fluid nature with records and data for various species, which we touched on yesterday. So I've got no concerns around the omission or lack of, or the deficiency in terms of sites across the landscape that would potentially support the species or known to support the species. So Long Swamp, Piccadilly wetlands out to the west of the site, and then the wetlands that Mr. Van Oster mentioned east of the proposed turbine array. They're the main areas of concentration for this particular species. I just want to go through quickly just to give a bit of context around the concept of buffers and also movement corridors, which Mr. Van Oster went through just then. So there's buffers around wetlands itself where there's a breeding site. So often birds won't go far out from the actual nest site during the breeding season, but there's also movements to and from those wetlands because they move between flocking sites and breeding sites. Some birds might stay locally, but ultimately they do flock at certain times of the year. So you get those more like larger scale flight behaviours for the species. If I can just ask Mr. Van Oster, it's still on the slide. If you can go back up to your slide that shows the buffers. I think it's the second last slide for Brolga. That one there. It's just a couple of things to note, which I'm sure will need to be picked up on at a later stage. But one of the things that when I looked at this, and it's outlined on page number 84 of my evidence, so the avoidance mitigation measures, there's a minimum of 900 metres buffer around turbines. I've got no concern at all out to the east, because you've got buffering not only around the wetlands, but movement between those wetlands. So surrounding those areas, it's essentially native vegetation where the Brolga is not necessarily going to use that landscape. So they're going to be confined to that agricultural area where those wetlands occur. And the context here is different to other wetlands and other proposed and operating wind farms in Victoria, where a lot of the projects that have been assessed relate to wetlands that is dispersed across the landscape, and you have turbines essentially in one discrete area and have buffers around. Here you've got a wind farm that's linear in nature or proposed in terms of the configuration. You've got wetlands to the south along Long Swamp and then the wetlands out to the east. So the fact that not only do you have buffering around the individual wetlands, but you've got buffering between those wetlands for those longer distance flights post the breeding season. And I think it was just fortuitous when I reviewed the EES. There's actual, and I'll share my screen if that's all right. There may be questions, or I think there has been questions raised through the submitters, possibly Nature Glenelg Trust or others, in terms of the appropriateness of buffers and the distances and the like. But I've got I did share that. If it's not coming up, it's annoying. It's sharing on my screen. I'll try it again.
Again, I think.
Oh, there we go. It was coming up initially, but when you think about buffers and the main consideration, it comes down to a couple of turbines. It's the concentrations through here. There's no suitable habitat on this site where birds would be expected to move from these sites. From this site, it's quite constrained in terms of the available habitat. So in other situations across Victoria, the birds will move out across the landscape depending on the food availability and the habitat that's present in the landscape. Here, it's quite easy to demarcate between the suitable habitat, i.e. the breeding habitat in this location, and the movement corridor that Mr. Van Oster mentioned down to Swan Lake to the south through here, which is clear of any potential issues with turbines. And then secondly, which hasn't been mentioned, but it's pertinent to note, is that there's also a path from this site here through to the coastal environment down to Long Swamp, that east-west connection where there's a gap in the turbine configuration. So my question was that intentional or not? I don't know the answer to that, but it's evident that there's a pathway available for any birds moving across the landscape between Long Swamp and this wetland complex out to the east. And then likewise, the distance between the turbines and Long Swamp is conservative because I've done a measurement across that southern boundary, and the distance between the nearest turbine to the wetland is often greater than 900 metres. And and this is pertinent to Bittern as well, the habitat in Long Swamp doesn't start at the edge of the Crown land. It starts even further to the south. So hypothetically, you've got Lake Monbignon, if that's the right way to pronounce it. The distance from this site here to the nearest turbine, oops, if I just do one quick, move that out of the way. Is from here down to the swamp, that's 1.7 kilometres away. So it's just the minimum is 900 metres, but in a lot of areas there's substantial buffering. So I just thought I'd mention that with respect to the buffer and going into a bit more detail. And then Mr. Van Oster correctly mentioned it's irrespective of whether Lake Oxbow is a flocking site or not. It is not a flocking site. And that's not identified as a flocking site in the DECA updated handbook, although there are those 3 criteria to define a flocking site, which Mr. Van Oster just went through, and it doesn't qualify. But again, it's relevant for Bittern, shorebirds and Brolga, so I don't have to do it again. But the distance from that turbine, most westerly turbine to that lake, is 5.1 kilometres away. So essentially, if hypothetically it was a flocking site, which it isn't, it meets the guidelines anyway. So it's just some important things to think about. I'll put that in my evidence. If I can try and unshare it now. Okay. All right. Just the other thing too on page number 84 is in relation to the CRM. So if you want to show that slide that you had up, Mark. It's a highly conservative CRM, and then that feeds into the population viability analysis. So I agree with all that. There's a huge opportunity for wetland rehabilitation and reinstatement, which coincidentally, the figures in my evidence regarding that swamp out to the west of Lake Oxbow has been picked up as part of that offset process. So I didn't have discussions with Biosis or the proponent around the proposed location of an offset. Just go back down to the buffering, Mark. Yeah, that one. That one. So you'll see that my record, or if you zoom in on your buffer, so your corridor, the green one that you got your cursor on, there may be a requirement to update the CRM. There'll be a minor iteration to account for that overhead power line. I know there's proposed mitigation measures with flagging at that location, but my understanding is that that small area of potential risk, if you zoom in, Mark, on the... Oh, okay. Where the arrow is down through there, essentially adjacent or next to turbine 1, 2 and 12, my understanding is that main small area of overhead power line may not have been factored in the CRM, which is a minor consideration, but it's just something that I've identified. But overall, I agree with the impact assessment. I'm supportive of the buffers. There's been a substantial evolution of the project, where essentially the eastern part of the project, where there are multiple turbines proposed, have now been removed completely. Another important thing, an observation, not really something necessarily important for the impact assessment, but that area there was formerly a heathland, so the area where all the breeding activity has been recorded. The actual past clearing has led to the colonisation or use of that area. So historically, the brolgers may not have actually used that area as a nesting. So that highlights the adaptability of this species in a modified landscape. With respect to the submissions, and I'm sure I'll be asked shortly from some of the submitters around disturbance, it's really important to understand the ecology of other species in Northern America, which I'll go into later. But essentially, those species migrate 4,000 kilometres north-south, and they deviate around wind energy facilities by some distance. But here we're talking about largely short flights around breeding sites, not those large-scale landscape flights. And the flight height locally well below rotor-swept area or rotor-swept zone. And the reality is brolga will not go into the pine plantation necessarily all the time for foraging, because it's not suitable. So therefore it reduces the risk even further in that location with the array of turbines to the west of those wetlands. That's all I had for brolga.
Okay, we'll turn to bittern, I think page 54 of your report, section 9.
Yep.
Just given we're close to our scheduled afternoon break, I was just going to ask Mr. Organ, do you think that you could get through Bittern in the next 8-10 minutes? And then
I'm happy to do that. There's a lot of all I can say is I'm sure that the committee and everyone else has read my evidence. It's very detailed, very comprehensive in terms of 3 things: the population nationally, the concentration of breeding through the riverina, where you get a majority of the population, which is nationally significant. You would get 10 to 20 animals in a rice field breeding, versus the numbers of individuals locally across the landscape. You won't necessarily get that concentration, and not all of Long Swamp is suitable for the species. So just refer to my evidence around, and then flight heights. I've spoken with experts in the field. I've looked at the other case in New Zealand, which one of the submitters provided that information. I've followed up with others in New Zealand about the flight heights. So the interpreting those flight heights and the risk. My assessment essentially is not the project doesn't pose a significant risk for this species, given they're a wetland species and they occur in the wetlands 99% of the time. And there's the only rare occasion where they're going to fly across the site. It's not like Long Swamp also occurs north of the site. My position and my advice and my evidence would be completely different if there were, hypothetically, those paddocks out to the west where Australasian Bittern was recorded. If they occurred north of the site, then yeah, there's an elevated risk. But the reality is north of the project area supports remnant national park forests. It's not suitable. So you're going to get very few, if any, flights across the site by both species. And so therefore the risk is extremely low for mortality given the flight heights and given the avoidance behaviour. That's all I wanted to highlight really. So I did it in probably 1 minute.
Yes, this is the point of difference between Mr. Organ and Mr. Van Oster, and there are a couple of things I would like to focus on if that's possible.
Yes.
I don't think it'll take a long time, but it might be appropriate to take the break now or in 5 minutes if you want to. But
I think probably ask the questions of
Okay.
Mr. Organ now, and then we'll break for 10 minutes just to keep things moving.
Okay. Well, what I want to ask you about, Mr. Organ, concerns flight patterns and flight height in particular, and what is known about those matters and how it is known. At section 9.1.3 of your report, you address movement ecology and risk in the project area, and you have at figure 8 or plate 8 images showing the records obtained from GPS tracking of a certain individual. Can you explain how that was obtained and what relevance it is to your assessment?
Yeah, so
I'm at PDF page 56.
I was actually quite excited when this project, it was crowd-funded, depositable, I think it is, where they had funding and the community were right behind this, and I was tracking it at the time. I was looking at it live on the internet, and it was quite exciting actually. And I do recall a majority of those flights, which is
Who is it that conducted the work?
It was a combination of individuals. So Matthew Herring, who's essentially been the main driver up the Riverina, subject matter expert.
And what's the name of the project?
The Bitterns in the rice field. There's a website and you can have a look at that. It's pretty amazing what they're doing for the conservation of the species in New South Wales and the work they've been doing in terms of movement behaviour for that particular species. But unfortunately, the plate 8, the second one on the right, it cuts some of the flights off. But I do recall a lot of those flights are just in the wetlands to the north of, that they're just in the project area, which in my slide deck, it's there. Anyway, it's in my slide deck on page on the second 20 slide 22. There are a series of smaller wetlands just adjacent to Long Swamp where those flights, the bird was going in those locations. But you'll see there, it's quite evident that there are wetland species. And the other thing too, that unlike Brolga, you get them occasionally in paddocks, but Brolga will fly out and use paddocks and feed in cropped land, and whereas Bittern are a secretive, elusive, and they need certain habitat qualities within a wetland to persist. So even the aerial YouTube clip that Mr. Buckman provided, which looks fantastic, but that wetland, a lot of it is unsuitable for Bittern because they occur in dense, reedy areas. They're not like a water bird that feed along in open water. So the percentage of suitable habitat in Long Swamp, it's mainly the dense vegetation where they can hide, and they're secretive. They don't go out and they do move between the breeding roost site and out and forage, but it's not those long distance flights that you may expect of a larger bird or black swan or other species. So the movement ecology, they're largely restricted to wetlands most of the time, both during the breeding and non-breeding period. And the slide on the left, you'll see that there's that east-west connection. So the compensation plan that's been prepared by Biosis and the proponent, like I said, it was a coincidence that they identified the same wetland that I looked at to the east. That's a low-hanging fruit, and that would be amazing if that wetland could be reinstated very easily like they've done with Long Swamp. And they will move east-west across that coastal strip rather than north-south. That's based on Ecology 101, where birds go. So I've got a high level of confidence that the local movement will primarily be along that coastal strip.
Your report draws a distinction between these local movements, that is, or I'll describe as resident movements while the bird is resident within a wetland, as opposed to migratory movements where the bird is moving between wetlands. Which of those two classes of movements poses the bigger risk to this species?
Yeah, the long distance movements and
what proportion of movements does that account for in respect of?
Significantly, it might, look, I can't put a number up, it'll be less than 10%. It might be 5%. They're not moving from Long Swamp. There was two tracks where Robbie flew from the Riverina down to this site, hung around, flew around, and then flew back to the Riverina and flew back. That was over the course of a year or something. They're not doing it on a daily basis. So why would a bird want to fly that far regularly? They would stay where the resource is. And it's not like this wetland system would dry out completely. And when it does flood, they'd come back. They'll most likely be resident at the site. It just makes sense in terms of the movement. Another important note, in BirdLife Australia submission, they said that, but bitterns are known to fly between 20 metres and 200 metres. That's based on the submission from Williams, and I've read through the papers, I've spoken to relevant experts. That's in a completely different context to this site here, where you've got a flat topography. Those investigations being undertaken in New Zealand are in areas where the topography, it goes from ground level up to 1,000 metres. So the birds, they will fly through the valleys. That's why the height distance was recorded higher than. And even speaking to Matt Herring, he wasn't able to provide his data because it hadn't been published yet. But he, and I'll put it in my evidence, that the flight height for Australasian bittern was well below the 60 metres from the movement of birds from the Riverina to the coastal strip of New South Wales, and also to right down to Long Swamp. So they would fly low. One last thing is that I've spoken at length to Carlos. I can't pronounce his surname, but he's one of the directors at Identiflight, and the Eurasian bittern. They're currently got those systems installed to track either Great Bittern or Eurasian bittern over there as part of the ongoing monitoring. So it would be very easy to set up either that system or another system directly adjacent to this wetland, and it will record continuously to pick up any movements of that species or brolga to inform any future mitigation measures or management associated with the operation of the project.
In the context of the mitigation measure that you've heard me describe now on a number of occasions, what benefits do you say that approach would potentially pose in respect of this species, and equally other species of interest, including the brolga?
To be honest, I was a skeptic. I thought, okay, yep, it may work, it may not. But when I saw it in action, I was there with DQ in Tasmania, office in Cattle Hill. They had the massive screen up with all the turbines, dashboard, and was sitting there. There were 5 or 6 of the turbines that had been curtailed, and curtailment takes between 30 seconds up to a minute and a half. It's that quick. And so there were 5 or 6 turbines that were curtailed, and there were about 7 wedge-tailed eagles flying across the site, an operating site. We get in the car, we drive out there, and then we see a wedge-tailed eagle, and it's flying across the site, and literally in front of our eyes, turbine number 1 shuts down, turbine number 2 shuts down, 3. It's that quick. it would pick up Brolga, it would pick up Australasian bittern potentially, and it would shut down turbines. It's instant. It's not like we said yesterday, click a button and then let's curtail it tomorrow. It's an automatic system that would shut it down immediately. And I've got no issues in terms of Brolga being picked up with that and being able to curtail a turbine within a minute or so.
Can I ask just one final question then to tie off this topic? You've explained why, under your assessment, you do not consider the project would give rise to a significant impact in respect of the bittern in the relevant sense. Were that to be the finding of the committee, what obligations would flow in respect of the provision of offsets in respect of that species?
Ultimately, the committee may make that decision based on either my expert position or Mr. Van Oster, or more broadly, the information presented in the ES. But ultimately, that will be your decision. However, we still need to go through the Commonwealth process.
Yeah.
So the Commonwealth may decide that let's apply the precautionary principle. There's too much doubt here. We haven't got an accurate assessment of the local population. We believe that there should be that thing in place. So there's, I guess, an opportunity for the Commonwealth to put those conditions down should this not be required.
Well, my question then is, imagine an offset was required. So imagine the finding was that there would be a significant impact in the sense contemplated within the biosis material. What confidence do you have about the capacity to deliver meaningful offsites in and around this site? And can you explain why explain your reason?
Yeah, so I didn't go through each slide, but this is the most pertinent one regarding that, answering that question. I've tried to put it on slide there. But I've identified the site out to the west, really like large wetland. That's almost the size of Piccaninny Swamp out to the west. All it would take would be to block those drains off, put a fence around it, reinstate the local hydrology. There's been information presented in the offset report that BIOS prepared with a few photos on the viability of that site, which is fantastic. So those two slides there, and then the one out here, which is near Portland. This was actually referenced in the BIOS report. It's BIOS 2021. They did a separate investigation for, I think it was Glenelg Hopkins CMA, Catchment Management Authority, where they went out there to look at capturing additional bitterns and looking at radio tracking them, but unfortunately they didn't manage to catch any birds. But this site out at Hallett Swamp, I've had a look at this, and there's a drain that drains that eastern wetland. The bittern was recorded at that site as part of those investigations where it was booming at the time. So there's known sites throughout either close to the project site or further to the east where they could easily be reinstated, and all they need is ensuring that there's sufficient water and the hydrology and the vegetation's reinstated to allow for that. There wouldn't need to be any revegetation necessarily or anything else. It's just essentially reinstating the local hydrology if possible and agreeing with that management with the local landowner.
Thank you. And the final question is a similar question in the context of Brolga. What confidence do you have as to the capacity to deliver offsets of the type that are contemplated pursuant to the interim guidelines?
Yeah, so unlike other offsets where it might be a difficult proposition given the ecology of the species, okay, for example, cockatoos and Western Australia where let's put up some nest boxes and they may or may not use them. They have used them, but there's other situations where it might be experimental, the offsets. But here we know what needs to be done, and it's with high success reinstating a wetland. And I'm sure you'll hear from the Natural Glenelg Trust of the success of essentially blocking off the drain with all community support of Long Swamp, and that's reinstated the hydrology. So there's in terms of, you would have to go through the offset calculator under the EPBC Act to determine that the magnitude or the size of the offset, but there's extremely high level of confidence that an offset can be achieved for those two species with wetland. It's not like you have to, another example, let's do an offset for growling grass frog. We're not creating habitat where it may fail. We're looking at existing wetlands across the landscape that can be essentially reinstated through the hydrological processes, and it's very easy to achieve that.
And are you satisfied that the mitigation measures and draft BAMP make adequate provision for those steps to be taken?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. They're the questions.
Great, thank you. So we'll break now for 10 minutes. So come back at 3:40. And just to confirm, when we come back, so we will move into questions of cross-examination. Mr. Tobin, did you anticipate 1.5 hours of questions on Bittern? No. Okay. Yeah.
I'm going to try and structure it in a way that's a bit more efficient.
Thank you.
Comparing the differences.
Yes. Yes, okay. So noting not everybody, we do need to finish by 4:30. Is that correct? I'll just check around the room. I think that's
Oh, no, 4:45 is okay.
4:45 is okay.
Yes, that's fine with me.
Let's do our best to get through the Bittern today. I might come to Mr. Biggs to start with. I know he has a couple of questions, and then come to you, Mr. Tobin, and then questions from the IAC. So we'll see everybody back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
There's no sound.
Thank you. Is that working, Mr. Cumming?
Yes, now it is. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Apologies. We are having some tech hiccups by the look of it, and thank you for letting us know.
I'm not sure I can hear the other people. Is one of the other guys say something?
Yes, can you hear me, Mr. Cumming?
Okay, yes. Thank you. I can hear you. Thanks very much.
Excellent. So, Mr. Cumming, you wouldn't have heard me say, I just was double checking I hadn't missed anyone intending to ask questions. So if that's the case, we'll move straight to Mr. Biggs, thank you, who I can see on the screen. Thank you and welcome. I understand, Mr. Biggs, you've just got a 2 or 3 questions, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, and good day, everybody. Just before I ask my question, I should say that I'm sitting right opposite the lower Ramsar area, looking out to the mouth of the Glenelg River, which is where I live. So I have plenty of opportunity for observing bitterns and rolgers, which I have done. My question is to Mr. Organ, and I think the first question I have is possibly raised in some of the more recent material that I haven't had an opportunity to look at. Unfortunately, I'm not employed to do this sort of thing, so there's a limit to what I can.
Yeah, I'm struggling to hear you clearly there, Mr. Biggs. I can hear you, but it's just not very loud. I'm just wondering if you could speak more closely to your microphone.
Yes, I'm a bit closer now. Is that better?
That is better, thank you.
Okay, all right. Yes, my question to Mr. Organ, first of all, is a question about, it may be covered in the data that's already been filed. I don't know, but I haven't seen it. My question is, what is the speed of the blades, the turbine blade at the tip?
Is that a question that the experts are in a position to answer, or is it something that the proponent can come back to?
It's something that goes to the issue of the capacity of birds to avoid.
Okay, thank you. I'll invite the experts to answer if you're in a position to.
Yeah, all I can say is I don't know how fast they go, but they go very fast, up to or greater than 200 kilometres an hour. So the birds have got the ability to see the turbine at distance and then alter the flight path to avoid the turbines. But most turbines fly very quick. But I don't know the exact speed. But they've got, unlike, say, Nankeen kestrel or wedge-tail eagles, where they soar and they're looking down for the prey and therefore potentially or documented as being more susceptible to turbine collision. Most birds fly in a straight line and they're flying across the landscape. They can divert or manoeuvre around such obstacles.
Yes, and you are aware that it... Sorry.
No, you're
Go
right.
ahead.
I was going to say I agree on the Mr. Organ's wind speed, turbine speed. It's hundreds of kilometres.
Yeah, I've actually calculated it of over 380 kilometres. And another question is a technical one, may go beyond your relevant expertise. Is it possible to gear the turbines down so that although the inner workings are running a turbine and producing electricity, the turbine blades themselves are not spinning at such a rate that a bird couldn't easily avoid them?
Can't answer that question, but I don't think there's, I would be remiss if I tried to answer that question because I wouldn't be accurate in the answer.
No, I can't answer that.
Madam Chair, could we have a direction for the proponent to come back with an answer to that question, please?
Mr. Biggs, yes, I'm happy to ask the proponent to respond if they're in a position to, and perhaps not now, but at another time, preliminary matters on Monday. But could you just repeat the question clearly so I understand exactly what the information you're seeking?
Yes, the speed of the turbine blade at the tip.
Okay, thank you. Are you in a position to respond to that, Mr. Chessel, or should we?
No, I'll seek instructions about it. Obviously, I imagine it will be a function of wind speed to some degree, but we'll have a response prepared to the question. It's clear to us, and
yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Biggs.
It just seems to me as a bit of explanation that
thank you, Mr. Biggs.
It's an obvious way to reduce the risk.
We'll keep moving. That's your questions, is it, Mr. Biggs?
No. Mr. Organ, you mentioned Robbie the Bittern. There was a paper published by BirdLife Australia in their magazine about that, and it's one of the reasons I actually came to Nelson. I have attached a copy of that paper to my submission, Madam Chair, so that is available to the committee if the committee would like to read it. I will read it into the record when I deliver my submission as submitter number 42. That's dealing with that. Okay. My real question, my substantive question is this: the layout of the wind farm is essentially east-west across Discovery or the pine plantations behind Discovery Bay. Mr. Organ, you're familiar with the Asian Flyway?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So can you describe, for the benefit of the committee, what the Asian Flyway is?
It's essentially the migration path for migratory shorebirds that move or migrate between the southern hemisphere right through to the northern hemisphere on a seasonal basis.
Thank you. And would you agree that it basically follows the 141-degree meridian of longitude?
I don't know that level of specificity, but yeah, I can't answer that.
It's basically north-south, isn't it?
No, it deviates from north-south, I'm pretty sure, if I remember can picture it, but yeah, let's just say, yeah, north-south.
In general terms, north-south. And there are quite a few species that use that Asian flyway.
Mr. Biggs, I'm just going to ask if you could please get to your question as quickly as possible. Just we're under a bit of time pressure this afternoon.
Of course, of course. I have in front of me at least a dozen species of birds that use that flyway on their way to the Discovery Bay coastline. Would you agree with that? Roughly in rough terms?
Yes, like there's a number of species that have been identified and they'll be touched on most likely on Monday now, but for the shorebird information, there will be a number of those species that do migrate north-south, yes.
Okay, and in your assessment, you have concentrated on the impacted birds in and around the wind farm, have you not?
Mr. Biggs, we're focusing on questions of bittern specifically now. There'll be opportunity to ask questions about other birds on Monday. So do you have any further questions about the Australasian bittern specifically?
Yes. The bittern you referred to as Robbie, which was the first one that was satellite tracked, how many times did you say it flew across the middle of the wind farm? What is proposed to be a wind farm?
I haven't stipulated the number of times, but I did mention earlier as part of that work that was documented and is in a few of those articles, that those longer distance flights, my recollection was that the tracking data revealed that it was on 2 occasions where those long distance flights were from Long Swamp right through to the Riverina and then back again. So yeah, that was my recollection of that information. But in terms of the shorter distance
I think
flights,
it was actually 3, but I'll accept that. All right, so it basically flew right through the middle of where the wind farm is proposed to be located, and it did that.
Mr. Biggs, I'm
en
just
route.
conscious I was expecting a couple of questions. I'm just wondering how many more questions you do have. I understand you're just expanding on the question that you've asked, but could you just give me an idea of how many? Oh, well, are you nearly done?
Yes.
Thank you.
Nearly done, Madam Chair.
Could you be specific?
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. Now I've lost my train of thought. Yes, the number of trips that Robbie made was recorded by Matt Heron, and as you observed, a lot of people followed that satellite tracking all around the world. So it was well known at the outset, before this project was even in its genesis. Now, is it correct to say that it was flying from its breeding area in the Riverina down to the wetlands of the Discovery Bay coast?
Yes, and one of those brought long distance flights are shown on plate 8. So I haven't got the full data set. So when you said that the 3 flights were across the site, I can't confirm that. All I know is that there's one large flight, which you'll see in that figure, that goes from Lake Oxbow in the north-easterly direction. So unfortunately, all that data is unavailable. There's only just some screenshots of the movement data in the relevant publications, or essentially grey literature.
Yes, I agree. That's all I've seen too. I just thought you might be able to expand on that. Unfortunately, we don't have Mr. Heron, because he would help us a lot, I think. Okay, now I only have one other question. The proposal for an offset to the west of Nelson, which would be west of the Glenelg River. Are you able to elucidate on any conversations that you've had with the landowner as to his amenability to any rehabilitation works there for wetlands?
Yeah, I haven't had direct conversations with that landowner. I've only had through discussions as part of the course of this hearing with other people, so that with the proponent.
Thank you, Mr. Organ. I think just direct answer.
And in the offset management plan, it actually stipulates the progression of those discussions with the landowner.
Thank you, Mr. Organ. And Madam, that's all I have, but I will be returning to this matter in other questions and in my submissions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Biggs. Thank you for coming along. Mr. Tobin, I'll hand to you for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Kendall. Good afternoon, Mr. Bnoster. My name's Mr. Tobin. I'm a lawyer acting for DECA and Parks Victoria in this matter. What I propose to do this afternoon is put hopefully a series of relatively uncontroversial propositions to you first, and then seek any difference from Mr. Organ, and hopefully move through them fairly promptly. There's 2 matters, and what I'm really trying to elucidate is how you reach a different conclusion on the significant impact question to that of Mr. Organ. Before I do that, there's 2 matters of clarification that arise from the evidence in chief. The first matter is a matter for Mr. Organ. Mr. Organ, you indicated, as you report at page 61 of your expert evidence statement, which is document 84, that you've had discussions with a Mr. Herring, and you said, I thought I heard you say that flight heights were much lower than the blade height in this case. As you record that discussion on the screen here, what you record in respect of that conversation is that flight heights are highly variable and often below 70 metres. And one GPS-tracked individual in New Zealand was recorded at a flight height at an average of 78, presumably higher and lower. And then you go on to comment without reference to the conversation, but you go on to comment about the topography matter. I just wanted to invite you as to whether the way in which you expressed your opinion as to flight height might have suggested a lower height than what your evidence statement in fact actually records.
If I stated below 60, it's below 70. So you're right there. And my verbal evidence, I stand by that in terms of the completely different landscape in which radio tracking occurred in New Zealand, and that project that involved the tracking and that data that was used in that report. It was an expert witness statement, but there's further information in relation to that. So I stand by the written evidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. The next one is for you, Mr. Van Oster, and it arises from the discussion Mr. Organ had about habitat preferences for the Australasian bittern. I should have said at the outset, these are questions on behalf of DECA at this point. And it's the case, well, in the material that, in the discussion from Mr. Organ, he indicated that Long Swamp has, I think it was expressed as large areas, but let's just run with areas that are unsuitable for the bittern because it prefers close, dense foliage. And I just wanted to get your opinion on that statement from Mr. Organ. Do you agree, disagree?
Look, my response is that there will be parts of those larger wetland units in Long Swamp that are not as suitable for Australasian bittern, as there might be deep water sections and a fringing reed bed, for instance, and so Australasian bittern are probably likely to use the fringing vegetation as opposed to the deeper water in some of those wetlands, and some of the wetlands in Long Swamp are relatively deep.
And would it be fair to say that those areas that are suitable are not concentrated to a particular location, but are spread out across Long Swamp?
They are spread out geographically along Long Swamp, yes.
Okay. All right.
Can I just interrupt? Sorry. Is that okay? Because I've just found the information, it's relevant to the last question you asked me with respect to the flight distant heights. I've actually got an email that I can read out specifically in relation to that very quickly, because
pick that up in re-examination if you like.
Thank you. Let's do that.
It might be that we have questions that arise from it. So I think the appropriate course would be for Mr. Organ to forward that to your instructor now. And then maybe when some others are asking questions, I can see if I need to ask a question about it.
Thank you. Are you interested in hearing the answer to it now from what, or you?
If it goes from Miss,
yes.
Oh no, I'd rather I'd rather see it, and I might have a question, and then it can be picked up in examination.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I thought it was in the material. No, we'll get the email. We'll circulate it, and
then we'll let other parties ask their questions, and if I need to ask something.
Thank you. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. it's uncontroversial that Long Swamp accommodates the Australian bittern.
Uncontroversial.
Yeah, it's there.
Yes.
And it's a resident population.
Yes.
And you agree with that, Mr. Organ?
Yes.
There are estimates that up to 15% of the Australian population that you rely on, Mr. Venosta, might rely on the Long Swamp complex.
Regionally present, yes.
Yeah.
In the Long Swamp.
Okay. And Mr. Organ, you acknowledge those estimates, but you place a question mark against those estimates, and you say they have to be treated cautiously at your page 55.
Correct. There's a lot of commentary on page 55 around that.
Yeah. Quite a detailed discussion of numbers. And what flows from that is that we know that or what really flows from that is that I think you both acknowledge that there's uncertainty as to an accurate count of the actual numbers that rely on Long Swamp.
Yes, there's some uncertainty around the number. Yes.
Will you say some uncertainty, but you don't look convinced? You think you're confident in the numbers?
There is some uncertainty.
Yeah. And you also agree with that?
Yeah, I quoted it. Theoretical local population, FIOSA stated 38 to 228 individuals across a 10-kilometre search area, extrapolated using published home range of 5 to 30 hectares per bird, applied to the 1,140 hectares of mapped wetland. So that I've got question around how they got to that number based on that analysis, because there was only one paragraph in the whole report relating to that. It's on this third paragraph of page 55.
Okay. Mr. Organ, you propose that there is more work done pursuant to the VAMP to discern numbers through listening to calls and further investigations that would occur to facilitate the adaptive management program. Is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Venosta, you agree that that should occur?
Yes.
And Mr. Organ, you say that if that were to occur, that would occur post-approval, would it?
Yes, definitely. Yes.
And is that also your understanding, Mr. Venosta?
Yes.
Yeah. Is there a difficulty? I'll start with you. You've answered the last question. Is there a difficulty with doing the detailed work on population numbers and usage after the event of the approval in the case of this species, if we were to proceed on an assumption that there's no significant impact and then we do this detailed work in the context of a BAMP?
I'm aware that there are some other more current population numbers for Australasian bittern, so those should be taken into account in terms of the figures we expressed as well, in terms of using the latest population counts, population estimates. I don't think it's problematic to do it in the regard that you just outlined.
Okay. And
oh yeah, I don't. Based on my evidence, again, hypothetically, if there was a large wetland complex, i.e., Long Swamp number 2 to the north, then I would be saying we need to get that data. There's sufficient information available in terms of the habitat presence and the quality of that habitat and the spatial orientation of the proposed project that gives me confidence that irrespective necessarily of the population, the relative use of the landscape by this species is well documented, and I've got a high level of confidence that that work wouldn't need to be done to inform any impact assessment. I'm comfortable with what's been undertaken, just question the numbers around the population size.
Okay.
Yep.
In terms of flight characteristics, I understand you to agree, Mr. Venosta, or have the view that there are different types of flights. There's localized foraging flights and there's
yes,
long distance flights. And I think we've heard your evidence in some detail today. That's uncontroversial, Mr. Organ.
Correct. Yep.
in terms of flight height, Mr. Venosta, do you is it your view that the bittern will fly at heights that could intersect with the height of the proposed blades on this wind farm?
At times, yes.
Yeah, and it's a lower proportion of flights, you say?
The higher flights are more likely to be associated with the regional movements as opposed to local movements.
And Mr. Organ, do you take a different view about that?
In terms of the frequency or the flight height?
Flight height. That the Australian bittern in this location will fly at times at a height that will, could intersect with the blade height on these turbines.
Potentially, but a very, very unlikely, very infrequent period, yes. But there is certainly, it's not like there's a restriction. They only fly up to 60 metres. They will fly higher than that. But they, based on the email I've just sent through to you, which everyone will have, there's empirical data to demonstrate they've got flight height variability. But again, it's the relative flight height, and what they fly is principally below that 60 metres, 70 metres mark.
Yeah, okay, principally below. Okay. Now, Mr. Venosta, at your page, where's my mouse? Your page, I think it's your page 18 of your expert report, but let me pop it up onto the screen. Oh, it's actually page 19 of your report, which is document 67. There are two diagrams. The top diagram is some of the bird name Robbie's movements. And that's a report that's common to both your evidence, and it's in your evidence too, Mr. Organ.
Yes.
And the difference is that in your diagram under figure 2, Mr. Venosta, you've extrapolated some of those flight paths. So the yellow work is your work, correct?
Yes.
And perhaps what that demonstrates is that there are flight paths occurring over suggests that there may be flight paths because they're not actual flight paths, but there may be flight paths occurring over the plantation areas, and it looks to me on the aerial plantation areas of potentially different heights.
No, what that was showing, and it's in the text, is that where those lines intersect is likely to be where the points were.
Okay.
So because what we have with all of this tracking data, which was, I think, explained by Mr. Gibson earlier, that you often have with tracking data is 2 points with a line between them. And that's the same.
So this intersection here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the point that I was making here is that what you can see in that cleared pine area, which is where, there is 2 wetlands. So it's likely that they're visits that bird has made while resident. So it was just exploring where those tracks might have been going.
Yeah. And are they likely to be part of the local foraging activities?
Yes.
Yeah. Agree with that?
Yeah, thanks for the explanation, because I got confused by that, but that makes sense because I would have thought that they would have been moving between the larger wetland complex and then moving into those smaller areas. So they're wetlands. So they all go to the same direction to that wetland.
Okay. And Mr. Venosta, on your PowerPoints, is that swapped over? It has. This is the PowerPoint from your slide pack, which hasn't got a number at the top. I'll tell you. Let's not do that.
It's 22, I think.
Yeah, it shows that there are some that the records are biased along towards the Long Swamp side. That's not surprising, is it?
No.
But it shows that there are some records to the north, which does that suggest that they are flying over the plantation and indeed the wind farm footprint from time to time?
They don't indicate flight paths or directions or even flights. They are just static records.
Yeah. Well, let me put it a different way. Does it suggest to you that there are flights occurring over the wind farm area, or that they are likely?
No, it just indicates that there are records of that species in those areas.
Yeah. Do you agree with that, Mr. Organ?
Yeah, I haven't interrogated those two yellow dots, but I agree with that.
Yeah. We discussed the bird Robbie. Mr. Venosta or Mr. Organ mentioned the bird Robbie, which was from the Riverina. I think it went to South Australia, then along the coast.
It did.
Then up to the Riverina and then back to Long Swamp. Is that what happened?
I would need to check, but my recollection was that it actually came back to closer to Pig Swamp, and then moved back along the coast again, back into Long Swamp.
Yeah. So we don't know whether it travelled over the wind farm site, but it may have.
Yeah, if you draw a line between the dot is at the Riverina at one end and at Long Swamp at the other, then that line goes over through the pine plantation.
Yeah. Agree with that, Mr. Organ?
No,
it doesn't. It doesn't indicate it indicates a line between two distant points.
That's right.
Well, the only evidence I have available is the one that I do recall seeing it years ago, but the only one I've got is on the plate 8, and clearly that you're right. And if you read through it, it did move from the Riverina down to Pig Swamp or Piccaninny wetlands.
Yep.
And then moved along the coast. And there's that line on plate 8, page number 56.
Yes.
So it wasn't across the wind farm site or proposed site. That was outside the wind farm site with that record.
Yes. Okay. And do you think it's plausible that these birds fly through the wind farm site?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, in terms of process, Mr. Venosta, the critical difference in terms of this process, there's an assessment occurring which will be used as relevant information to assist in informing an EPBC Act approval, correct?
Correct.
And the critical test is whether or not there's a significant impact or potential for a significant impact on the relevant species.
Yes.
And that's where you and Mr. Organ depart in your evidence. Is that right?
Yes.
And you agree with that so far?
Yes.
And there is a significant impact assessment that is within Appendix C, Technical Appendix C, which is to be found at page 544 of 1142. Now, accepting that subsequent to the publication of the EES, Mr. Venosta, you've now prepared your evidence and you've had the benefit of other evidence in the proceeding. Does this assessment still stand as your assessment?
Yeah, I go back to what I said before, that this assessment and significant impact assessment would probably need to be done again. Like it's to work out where we're at with the population at a particular point in time.
Yeah. So it needs to be done again. When?
Well, in order to work out whether a significant impact is likely now, then I'm relying on what we've done for this report. but to assess what's happening during the life of the wind farm, we can apply the same process.
Yeah, I understand that, but do you accept that we need to form a view at this point in time in order to inform, well, in order to assist the decision that needs to be made under the EPBC Act?
Yes.
And so let me reframe my question perhaps more particularly for the purpose of that assessment in respect of the project now, not the life of the project assessment. Is this still reflect your evidence?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, the first question is, I'm assuming, Mr. Organ, that there's no argument about the way in which the assessment's been undertaken in terms of the listing of the relevant criteria and all of that. So the right test has been applied from your point of view?
In that significant impact assessment, it goes through the key thresholds. So I agree with that, yes.
Yeah. And within the significant impact assessment, am I right in saying that the first likely significant impact is this one, the lead to a long-term decrease in the size of the population?
Correct, yes.
And the nub of your working is really in this highlighted paragraph that I've got there, where you've applied tests to the potential for less than or 1% of the lower bound and 1% of the upper bound being impacted over the life of the project.
Yes.
Now, that's the right test, Mr. Organ?
Yes.
And so, Mr. Organ, is the difference in respect of this simply that you form a view that it is, or that Mr. Van Oster's forming a view that there's a greater likelihood of collisions occurring over the life of the project than you do, due to you having a view that there's a lower potential for impact?
Yeah, there's a couple of things that come into my conclusion.
Yeah.
Number one is the population size. So in the biosis work, Mr. Van Oster mentioned the 1,200 birds at the time of writing it. The population estimate in Australia is 2,000 birds, both in New Zealand and Australia. But the current estimate, based on the Herring 2022 data, is 1,300 birds. That's the first thing. Second thing is that the mitigation measures that are proposed. So with my experience with the technology of identifying birds and the steps that have gone through with respect to, if I step through the mitigation hierarchy, the avoidance measures, so the buffers away from the wetlands, the ecology of the species, the information I have available, where the flight number of movements, the flight height is going to be comparatively low to other species that are at high risk. And then ultimately that the mitigation measures reduce that residual risk down to a point where I'm comfortable that there wouldn't be a significant impact on the national population. If you estimate that out based on what you see here, where I'm not reading it at the moment, but my calculation is based on 1,300 birds. I can't really read that you've got highlighted.
Sorry.
I don't know whether that was assessed on 1,200 birds, but that's 13 birds over the life of the project.
It was 1,200 in this.
Okay. Yeah. So with the avoidance and minimisation measures in place in the species ecology, and I'm comfortable that it's a very low risk of leading to a population level decline of this species.
Yeah. And you've read the evidence and you've now heard the evidence. Does anything change in your view about that risk, having heard that?
No, there's no.
Oh, sorry, I was directing that, Mr. But I should have indicated that.
Yeah.
Well, only that if the population level now is 100 birds nationally, more than it was here, then it may be slightly less than 1%.
Yeah. Are you able to tell us that?
it is just below 1%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so would that take you to a different conclusion?
I still applying the precautionary principle because there's a bit of uncertainty is the reason that we got to that point. So it doesn't, I don't think it changes my conclusion.
Okay. I then want to go to the other criterion that there's a difference between, or the other criterion that you found to have a likely impact, which is the interference or interfere with the recovery of the species. And you provide a summary there at the bottom of page 522. Am I right to paraphrase it by saying that your summary is that there are a number of steps on foot to improve the species population and active steps occurring even locally, and that you consider that it's likely that the project will interfere with that?
If the population was affected at that 1% level, then yeah, that would potentially be an issue for recovery of the species.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. You've heard that evidence, Mr. Organ. Mr. Organ, what do you say about that?
I stick with my evidence, with my position. It's unlikely to interrupt or interfere with the recovery of the species on a national level. It's a low risk, and there's not, the key thing is if the proposal, I'll use this relatively on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most significant in terms of interfering with the recovery of the species, would be if there was drainage of a wetland or impact to the breeding habitat for the species. And the second paragraph there, it states that there's no impact to habitat for the species. That's the number one thing. In terms of the low risk with movements and mortality, there's threats and pressures in the landscape currently that are having an influence on this population nationally, and the presence or the location of this site and the suitable mitigation and avoidance measures proposed, an adaptive management process would reduce that to a level I'm comfortable it doesn't interfere with the recovery of the species. One thing to note is that offsets can't be factored into this impact assessment process because they don't, under the EPBC Act, you don't look at beneficial impacts. So it's only what the impacts are after the residual, looking at the residual impact.
That's my next question.
So my assessment is based on not the offsets being undertaken to ameliorate or to offset any loss in population. That's just the offset. So the impact assessment is based on, is that residual risk or for this species at a level that would trigger the act or mean it's a significant impact for the species.
Can I summarise again that the difference between the two of you, and I'm happy for either of you to disagree with me, the difference that, let me start that again. The difference between the two of you, because there is no direct impact on long swamp and drainage of a wetland, as you say, the difference between the two of you still arises from the likelihood of collision of the bittern with the turbines.
That's the only impact.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
It could potentially occur. Yeah.
Now, I've just got a couple of other shorter matters to deal with. Now, if an offset is required, Mr. Venosta, the offset plan, perhaps I take it back one step. At your page 103 of your evidence, there is an offset plan of sorts, isn't there?
It's a draft strategy.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's no criticism given the stage of the project, but that's an early draft which needs a lot of detail added into it.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. If an offset was required, that offset would be secured by condition of the Commonwealth.
Yes.
And we can presume safely that that would require that the offset's provided before the works and so forth. That'll all be captured in the Commonwealth approval.
Yes, the confidence that the offset can be provided would at least need to be in train, yes.
All right. There's just a couple of other matters that I just need to go through to make sure we've covered off, but hopefully we're pretty close to finished on this topic. Mr. Organ, insofar as your report at page 65 outlines the further investigations that you'd like to have occur to inform the BAM, how do those sorts of investigations account for seasonal fluctuations in population and so forth, so that they're actually of use in informing the BAM?
Sorry to interrupt. I missed the page reference.
Page 65 of I think it's page 65 of Mr. Organ's evidence. Let me double check that for you.
Sorry, it could well be. Yes, or perhaps I see. There's a.
Apologies. It's actually a section that starts at 9.5 on page 63 of your report. I'll pop it up onto the screen. And it's where you consider adaptive management and compensation of residual impacts. And it's my understanding that in relation to the bittern, you talk about the reinstatement, but you also talk about other population work that would occur in that section. Is that right, Mr. Organ?
Yes.
And the question that we have is, how does that work, or how would that work accommodate for a cryptic seasonally fluctuating species?
That's it. It would need to. So there's a very low. There's a. Just think about the answer. There's a high level of confidence that you could undertake those surveys, and you'd, as long as the wetland's got water in it. And based on my understanding, with the reinstatement of Long Swamp, it's permanently got water in it. Even this year, extreme drought conditions in southwest Victoria, which was pretty much articulated with Mr. Buckman's YouTube footage. So there's no seasonal restrictions on applying those techniques. There's another consideration around access, getting into the wetland. I don't feel that that's a constraint. You can install these song meters or acoustic recordings, and you leave them out there for months, similar to the Anabat process. So I don't have any issues with applying that. My position or my response will be different if it was a wetland that was ephemeral, where it would be highly catered or dependent on the flooding of that wetland to then capture that information. So it's not seasonally constrained given the hydrology of this system. It's probably more spatially challenging to cover off the wetland. But one of the techniques which is really useful as well is, and it's been undertaken through the rice fields, is using drones and infrared cameras, and it could easily be flown across Long Swamp, and you could pick up a pretty good population estimate of Australasian bittern through that swamp pretty easily at different times of the year.
On the screen is your plate 10. Your plate 10 corresponds to, I think, property 7 in the offset plan. That's right?
Yes.
This site is, our estimate is about 6 to 7 kilometres from the subject site. Does that sound right to you?
I measured the distance from the nearest turbine to the edge of Lake Oxbow, which is 5.1 kilometres. So add another kilometre or two. You're about right.
Yeah. Is there a risk with an offset site in this location that it attracts more birds to the area and increases the risk of collision?
It's a good question because it comes up regularly with Brolga compensation, where that should occur in the landscape when you've got other wind farms potentially in the area. I don't think it would be. I think it would just aid in. I think that's an excellent site. I don't know who owns it's privately owned, but I think that's an absolute Monty for a site because it's right adjacent to the river. You've got migratory shorebirds, and that was formerly a wetland. I don't think if that site is secured and managed and reinstated, I don't see any additional risk to the species, given again, like the species ecology would be largely restricted to the wetland, and you'd expect that east-west connection across the landscape, not north-south or north. So I don't see any elevated risk. One would say, oh, look, there might be additional birds attracted to that area from the breeding site through the riverina to this site, yes. But I think the benefits outweigh any risk because, again, they occur in the wetlands. They don't just fly around a pine plantation. They'll be there for most of the time at that site. And if you look at the Piccaninny, the most recent records, which I extracted from BirdLife, they recorded 14 bitterns right next door. That could easily the carrying capacity could be 15 to 20 or more birds in that site.
Mr. Venosta?
I agree that, yeah, I mean, that I suppose plugs a bit of a habitat hole along the east-west, movement and the linkage along Long Swamp.
So when you say you agree, you just better be clear with the proposition you're agreeing with.
I agree that site would provide a useful offset for Australasian bittern, and I also agree that the benefit of doing that would outweigh the risk of the concept you alluded to, which might be attraction or locally for the species.
Okay. If it was on the site or if it was 200 metres from a turbine, then the position would be different, potentially.
Okay. I don't think I've got that email yet, so I won't ask you a question about it. So we'll stop sharing that screen. And then I've just got a couple of questions for you, Mr. Venosta, in respect of from Parks Victoria. Just need to get the right document in front of me. Mr. Venosta, are you familiar with technical appendix A, which is the transmission line options assessment?
Yes.
Now, by an earlier iteration, we understand through Mr. Gibson's evidence of the Biosis Technical Appendix C, or work that you did that informed Technical Appendix C, assisted in informing the options assessment, we understand from Mr. Gibson. Is that right?
Yes, that's my understanding, yes.
Yeah. Did you have a role?
In the initial...
Yeah, in the preparation of the options assessment.
Not in the original one.
Sorry, not in the original.
The one that's in the exhibited EES document.
No.
Not directly.
Yeah. Were you consulted in the course of your work on this project in respect of the appropriate categories for evaluating impacts to inform options, as insofar as they affect the Brolga?
I didn't personally carry out that work.
Okay.
No.
I don't think I need to take that any further. Thank you, Mr. Venosta.
Thank you. So we are getting close to 4:45. We've run over past 4:30 as we're expecting to. We won't ask questions from the IAC today. We'll hold them over till Monday. I'd just like to confirm that parties can commence at 9 a.m. on Monday.
Yes, I believe that we can accommodate that. Is
Yes.
that the scheduled start time?
It's not. We were going to start at 10 a.m., but I'm conscious that we're likely to have a bit to get through.
Subject to the witnesses.
So, yes,
certainly the legal team can accommodate that.
Okay, so I'll just check with the witnesses if that will be an option.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yep. that should be
Great,
fine.
thank you. I think it'd be good to get started a bit early.
Yeah, no, I think that's a sensible suggestion.
Yeah. So we'll come back for questions from the IAC and then some re-examination from the proponent relating to Bitten, and then we'll move into questions of Brolga.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. And we'll start with Deeker with the questions of Brolga, and then just to run through my list so people know.
Well,
Sorry, Parks Victoria.
I can foreshadow that the only questions that I'm likely to have, unless there's some further instruction from Parks Victoria, is the only question that I will have on Monday would be in relation to clarifying the email that Mr. Organ referred to in cross-examination.
Yes, and just in that regard, if I could just ask now, while we're in the public forum, just for confirmation from Mr. Organ as to who it is you sent the email to, or perhaps
To Minters.
to Minters. Okay.
Yep.
All right. We haven't tracked that down yet. So
It was stuck in my outbox. So
okay,
it's because it's over the limit, but it's going to come through.
okay. As soon as it arrives with us, that is with Minters, we will circulate it. So
Okay, thank you.
If we don't get it, our communications with Mr. Organ will be limited.
Yes, thank you.
regard.
So, Mr. Tobin, that was still in relation to Bitten.
That's in relation to the Bitten.
Right.
So it's a question
to
I asked
close
at
up
the
on
outset.
Yes.
And it's some new material.
Thank
so
you.
we may have a question, we may not.
Yes, no, that's fine. Thank you. Yep. So we'll close off on those matters before we move to cross-examination on Brolga.
Thank you.
Yes, lovely. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. The PPV team will email all parties to advise them of that earlier start for Monday morning as well. And we'll put that on the Engage Victoria website so people know. I'll just check if there are any other matters that need to be discussed before we rise for the day. And Mr. Chessel, is there anything else from the proponent?
Not for our part, no.
Thank you. Mr. Tobin?
No, thank you.
Mr. Cumming?
Yes, as things have dropped a bit more on Monday by the look of it, if Susan Dennis isn't able to stay because of a medical appointment, am I able to ask her questions on her behalf?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. So we'll kick off with, I think it's Parks Victoria when we get to Brolga, Mr. Cumming, and then I'll come to you, just so you're aware of the timing, and then Miss Lenihan after that.
We haven't asked our Bitten questions yet.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Mr. Cumming. How long do you think you'll need for your Bitten questions?
Well, Mr. Tobin's answered a few of them, probably, I don't know, maybe 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. We'll come to you when we've closed off with the DECA questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Great. Well, thank you very much, everybody. Have a lovely weekend, and I'll see everybody back here and online on Monday at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Goodbye.
Thank you. You're welcome to stay seated. We'll just pack up and